Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell it, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Never Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stocks Never Trading. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. Thanks, everyone, for joining at 6 a.m. Eastern. It's Thursday morning, September the 4th. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you, guys, for joining. It's a big day today. It's Thursday. We have a lot of U.S. high-impact news, and also it's the day before NFP. So please, guys, trade careful, trade with proper risk management. Again, some of you guys are doing amazing this week. Some of you guys are doing really well. Let's not do anything silly to end the week. Let's end this week on a positive starting September. Some of you guys started your new plan for the new month. So this is, if we got a good start, let's keep the momentum going. This is when you got to trade with proper risk management. Be as focused as you can. If you make a mistake, it's acceptable when you have proper risk management. But if you start to over leverage accounts and try to trade silly and revenge trade and get mad, we gotta learn how to eliminate that as much as we can. And I know a lot of you guys are working hard at it. It's not easy, but to those that are starting to learn this, I just want to say thank you and congratulations to you guys, okay? So let's just continue with going through our news today, going through the markets. We have a lot to go over, and then we'll get into the charts. We'll do gold, NASDAQ, and US30 today. And gold made some big moves yesterday. It's retraced a little bit. We'll see how everything is moving. We'll find our daily points of interest when we do our top-down analysis. Okay, guys? So let's have a great session. If we can hit the likes buttons today, if we can subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Let's try a goal today of 300 likes. That would be big for SST. And give us a lot of motivation to be here tomorrow for that big NFP, okay? So let's start off with going through today's news. Some news has already passed. Some of you guys have been up early, or you guys are from Europe and the other side of the world, and you guys have had your European news already in the market. So you can see today, we've had some Swiss news. We've had some Swiss CPI month over month over here affecting the Swiss franc. Unemployment rate steady in Switzerland over here. We had a French 10-year bond auction already. We have at 7:30 we have our challenger job cuts year over year in the United States. And then 8:15, this is when things start to get a little spicy in here. 8:15, we have our ADP non-farm employment change. Okay, so this is, our previous was 104,000. They're forecasting a lower number, a decrease in the number to 73,000. This is jobs created. We'll see what the number is. And it's 5 minutes prior to COMEX. So at this time, we're normally looking at gold. So we got to just be careful. Maybe let them release the news. Maybe we see how COMEX market opens. And we move slowly and cautiously through all this. And then at 8:30, you see that we have our weekly unemployment claims coming in again, and it's another U.S. high-impact folder. Okay, these are weekly unemployment claims, week over week. Last week, the number that came in was 229,000. This week's forecast, week over week, from last week to this week, is 230,000 unemployed individuals is their forecast. So it's an increase of 1,000 from the previous week. We'll see what the actual number is. And all of these folders do affect the US dollar. So especially if we're trading gold, that is correlated with gold. So we have to be careful. You know, just trade with proper risk management going through here. If you don't feel comfortable trading through this news, through COMEX, then wait till after 8:30 when the market starts to settle down, and then maybe we can start to see a clear path to a possible trade, okay? And then we have some more US folders or low impact coming out also at 8:30. We have our revised non-farm productivity quarter over quarter, revisions made to the unit labor costs, and then our trade balance over here. After that, we're going to slowly chug into moving into Wall Street at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And then we have at 9:45 our final services PMI. Then at 10 a.m. we have our red US folder. And this is a pretty big one too. This is ISM services PMI. Again, if we don't know what this is, please click on the folder, open it up. It will give you some detailed information. ISM stands for the Institute of Supply Management. It's a level of diffusion index based on surveyed purchasing managers excluding the manufacturing industry. Actual greater than forecast is good for the currency. Again, it's this correlation with this number 50, that psychological number. Above 50 indicates industry is expanding, is growing, and anything below 50 indicates contraction and a slower moving industry. What else? It's why do traders care? Because it's a leading indicator of economic health. Businesses react quickly to market conditions, and their purchasing managers hold perhaps the most current and relevant insight into the company's view of the economy. And this also affects the US dollar, because these purchasing managers, they trade, they buy and sell with the US dollar, and does affect the supply and demand of the dollar. So we want to see, is it strength, is it strong, or is it weak over here? The numbers coming through, you can see last month, August 5th, the actual number that came out was 50.1. So you can see the previous month, July, was 50.8. They were forecasting an increase last month of 51 to 51.5, showing expansion, growing, and then the number came out red, 50.1, below their forecast and below the previous month. So our 50.1 carries over into right over here, where it's 50.1 from the previous month, August, and now we're seeing from August to September, they're forecasting again an increase to 50.9, but we'll see what this actual number is. So if it comes out 49.9 or below, it'll come out red. It will be below their forecast, and it will be below the previous months, and that would showcase a weak US dollar. However, if this number is 50.9, 51, then it will come green. It's above 50, it's above their forecast, and it's also an improvement from the previous month, and that could show a green strength US dollar, okay? And that will be at 10 a.m. We'll go through this folder, but then right after that, we'll kind of be wrapping up the call because Dave will be taking over, and we'll be going for 4.5 hours. So we'll need a break by then. And then this afternoon at noon, we got our crude oil inventories coming out. And then we have some FOMC speakers later in this afternoon, and that's how we'll wrap up today's with news. But we also have earnings as well. Today we do have earnings. In the pre-market, we have Sienna Corporation, 1-800-Flowers over here, America's Car Mart, Shoe Carnival, Toro Company, and a few others. Again, I don't see any high impact names that are going to significantly move our U.S. indices. But if you're trading these corporations through options, or you're buying shares of these companies, maybe you want to pay attention a little bit to their earnings as well. After hours, this today, when markets close, 4:15, 4 o'clock, we have some after hours earnings. We have AVGO, that's Broadcom Inc., and Lululemon Athletica. I'll talk a little bit about yesterday's American Eagle. Did anybody see American Eagle's report? Over 25% plus in the after hours. My options are going bonkers on that. Something silly like Sydney Sweeney caused a lot of ruckus, and it caused a lot of eyes to look at American Eagle. And Trump mentioned American Eagle. Follow the money, and I followed it. I bought some call options, and they are going crazy right now. So American Eagle, we got Lululemon over here, DocuSign. So you can have fun in the stock market and trading options and things like that, but you got to be careful too, because there was a lot of short puts on American Eagle, and they got fried on that earnings. So you got to understand what you're doing as well. Takes a little bit of research. I asked you guys a couple weeks ago to add American Eagle on your watch list. You know, I'm not your financial advisor. I can't tell you when to buy or sell it. But what I can do is I can give you some heads up to put it on your watch list, and then just watch it. Maybe learn from it. The American Eagle is just one of many. There's going to be other corporations. There's going to be a lot to to go through. Okay, I can't wait to get more into this in depth and start talking about these individual companies. Okay, so that's our after hours earnings. News today, there is some news. Trump's Fed pick Miran faces Senate grilling. What to expect? The hearing is set to examine how GOP senators are balancing their Trump support with Fed independence. U.S. stock futures stall as Wall Street awaits more job data. So we're getting a little bit of job data today, but tomorrow is the big non-farm payroll. So we'll see how many jobs in the U.S. they are actually creating. Okay, so that's maybe why Wall Street is waiting. You might see some consolidation until we get tomorrow to NFP. Dollar stores pull in more well-off Americans. What does this mean? Click on the folder and read it, okay? I have no idea. I didn't write this article, but if I want to read this, I'll read it later on. If you saw the Dollar General and those dollar stores had their earnings yesterday, and they came out really, really good. They kind of 2x their earnings per share. Gold is near $5,000. Gold near $5,000 is possible if the Fed's standing is hit. Trump asked U.S. Supreme Court to uphold his global tariffs. I don't know if you guys heard the news yesterday, but from Donald Trump's mouth himself, he said America, USA, can be rich or poor with these tariffs. So, he said this. I'm just quoting him. It was also coming out of Financial Juice, if some of you guys saw that. He's saying that if they retract on these tariffs, U.S. could go broke, okay? Tariffs do not always benefit countries. You can go through the history over the last 100 years at who implemented tariffs and what was the outcome. So now maybe, I don't know what's going on with that, but we got to follow it, okay? Tariffs are in the news, and kind of Supreme Court rejected Trump's saying what he was doing is not constitutional and illegal. So we'll see what happens with this. American Eagle soars as Sydney Sweeney, Travis Kelce adds stoke demand, and also Trump mentioning about American Eagle, and they were up 25% in the after hours. I'll pull up the chart we can look at it and just talk about it briefly. But man, that's big volume coming in. If you look at the normal volume, daily trading volume in the last 3 months of volume, and you see how much more volume is entering, it's just something like that can start moving the price in a direction. Apple's about to launch their iPhone 17. It has a hill to climb. JP Morgan to launch a digital retail bank in Germany. Nvidia chips still see strong China demand despite Beijing pressure. Trump sees Elon Musk returning back to the GOP. I don't think he has a choice. Man, that drama, that's going to continue. If Elon Musk comes back to the GOP, take a look at the Tesla stock. First time when we saw that, it dumped. Shareholders did not like that. So if he goes back, you never know. Maybe Tesla will start to get bearish again. Maybe we got to start to look at put chain on Tesla. If you guys believe if Musk goes back and starts doing this and starts moving away from his day-to-day projects and start to neglect his shareholders, then price could go down. We've seen it a couple months ago. So that's developing news as well. What else we got going on here? Former BlackRock debt head warns vultures circling Bolivia crisis. You can see there's news around the world everywhere. Here's news on Ukraine. Volvo cars August sales fall 9%. 9%, guys, for Volvo cars. That's a big decrease in price, in share price, and also sales for Volvo. But I'm not going to go through all of these news. It's for you guys to read. NASDAQ to tighten rules on small stocks after suspected pump and dump scams. There's been a lot of that going on lately, especially with like meme coins and but more in NASDAQ with smaller securities that are regulated. Watching pump and dumps in there, get used to it. Pump and dumps happen in the markets. They're orchestrated. We'll talk more about pump and dumps. I've been part of a couple pump and dumps in the past, and you got to be very, very, very disciplined with trading a pump and dump, because they can pump up 100% to 1,000% in just a matter of minutes, and you got to be ready to pip and dip, because if you get your money, you better get the hell out of there, because they, as fast as it goes up, it comes down when they dump it 2 times faster. So you got to be in and out as quickly as possible. Okay, don't worry about the woulda, shoulda, couldas. Get your money and get the F out. So this is what's going on right now. Markets are flat. S&P futures are up 0.14%. Dow is relatively flat, negative 0.03. NASDAQ is up 0.2%. Gold is taking a little bit of a pullback today. It's down 1% as we're speaking right now, okay? Just really quickly, what I was just talking about, American Eagle over here. They had their earnings yesterday in the after hours, and look at the big spike right over here. So it was trading at $13.50, and it pumped all the way up to $17 in the after hours. When you're looking at the average volume, you see over here, average volume is 11 million, almost 12 million shares are trading on average. And yesterday's volume with that, it went up to 18 million. So you can see the volume increased substantially. And that's what caused the price to spike. They had good earnings, okay? Record revenue. Why? Just something simply like Sydney Sweeney doing some ads for them could have drawn attention, more buying their products, their jeans, whatever they sell. Like, again, guys, I don't get emotionally attached to anything here. I don't care. I just follow the money. I follow the money in the markets, whether it's American Eagle, if it's Lululemon today, or it's Chipotle. Like, I don't care what it is. I follow the money. I told you guys, I do not get emotionally attached to anything I trade. I don't really care who's behind it. If I can make money, I want to make money and get out, right? And look for the next trade. That's the way how I go about business in the markets. And there's day to day, there's millions of corporations you can look at, news, there's a lot. It gets overwhelming. But if you add a few on your watch list and you watch them and you're following all the news behind them as well, you can kind of get ready for this. So they're trading right now in the pre-market and they're still up 24%. So we'll see how market opens up. And will it continue to go higher, or will there be a big pullback where there'll be a lot of profit taking up here and then it starts to retrace back down? And guys, I just want to make it clear, American Eagle is not like a top 500 company. It's not something I would invest long term and put my retirement in there. It's just a trade, right? You get in, you get out, move on, right? There's some traders that want to keep this for years to come. That's fine. That's not my plan. Because as soon as Sydney Sweeney is done with this and Donald Trump stops talking about it, American Eagle will just go it's back to its regular pricing, and then we'll see its regular earnings with seeing how people are buying things, and then it could dip right back down, okay? We're just talking about pump and dumps right now. This could be a pump and a dump right back down. It's not something you want to invest and throw your life savings in just because Sydney Sweeney is behind it for a quarter that they paid for some advertising, because she could be gone next week and this volume dies off and it's right back to square one, okay? So make sure you guys understand that too. Don't get married to these things. Get in and out, unless it's like Nvidia, Apple, or Amazon, something that has value every single day. You can invest in it for years to come. That's what you kind of want to do when you're looking at these things, okay? Don't want to spend too much time on this, but American Eagle, big move yesterday. I don't want to tell anyone my percentage of my options because no one will believe me. So there's no point in just saying how much I'm up right now. But the options are bonkers right now. I just wish I bought more of those call options. Those woulda, shoulda, couldas, But guys, right over here is a free Telegram channel for everyone. Thank you guys, 130 viewers on YouTube. We do appreciate you guys. There's our, if you join this free Telegram, it's pinned at the top. There's our live YouTube session. So you get the links in here. Here was American Eagle we posted yesterday right in the after hours. You can see it was up almost $3.50 per share, which equates to 25%. You can see how flat it was trading all day at $13.50, and right at earnings 4 p.m. boom, it skyrocketed when they showed their record earnings. All of the volume that they with the attention of her, basically Sydney Sweeney over here, had a lot to do with this, okay? And that's in the news. Also, guys, we did a blog over here on feeler trades. Get get your feet wet, what we talk about, testing the water, taking a feeler trade. This is an SST strategy or technique that we kind of break down. I'll break it down on today's call so we understand this as well. There's links before and after of our trade ideas and our signals that we send out to the group. We do commodities, indices, and forex when good market conditions are available. Okay, and more blogs, our bank holiday, how we started this week. Okay, so join this free Telegram channel, and it's pinned at the top of the YouTube. Okay, and guys, also, if you're looking for education, we're a one-stop shop over here at SST. We do live trading, we do education, we have a Discord community, so we do SST signals and trade ideas. So basically, we want to give you everything that you need here in trading and to make you that much better of a trader. But education is very, very, very important. We take this very serious here at SST, as you guys do too. We have courses, long form boot camps, long form webinars. I'm gonna start to do some more webinars as we kick in now back to school. So now we're going back to school too ourselves at SST, and we're gonna get back into the mix with webinars, short form, long form. We'll do all kinds of things, back to Q&As, and continue with all of this. Guys, tomorrow, let's try and get YouTube up to 300 likes today, and then we'll step in and we'll help you guys with live NFP tomorrow. Okay, so our goal is 300 likes today and sub on the channel if you guys can. And let's get these subs up to 750 today. Okay, I want to get to that psychological number, 750. That's 110 subs away. It's like pips. If we can hit our daily goal, let's get this up to 83,750. If you guys haven't subscribed yet, please, if you can, if you get value out of our channel and you guys are learning and earning with us, we value your sub. Okay, I hope we can earn your sub as well. Okay. We got to work hard to earn these subs. It's not easy. Okay, guys. So let's get started. We're gonna get started over here on gold. We're gonna do a top-down analysis. The time is 6:20, so we have a lot of time. We can be done all three charts, top-down, gold, NASDAQ, and US30 by 7 a.m. And that gives us more than enough time to analyze the charts. Walk into our 8:15 ADP news, 8:20 Comex, 8:30 we have unemployment claims, and then we move into Wall Street, and then 10 a.m. ISM services PMI. So it's a busy day, guys. Okay, so is everybody ready? Make sure everyone has a nice cup of coffee. I have mine. Cheers to everyone. Let's have some fun today. Also, trade with proper risk management. I cannot stress the importance of this, especially if you guys are having a good day, a good week. Please, if you can, trade properly, okay? That's going to make you that much better of a trader and save you a lot of time in the future, okay? And welcome everyone on Zoom. Thusme, welcome. Promillo, welcome. X-Red Clues, thank you for joining, brother. Wayne, good morning. Daniela, welcome. Danny, welcome. Good morning. Conrad, good morning, guys. Chris, good morning. Thanks for joining. Dave will be doing post New York's after me. Okay, guys. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys again as well for joining. Appreciate you guys as well. Rui, welcome. Ryan, good morning. Jasan, welcome. Sean, good morning. Welcome, guys. Jay, good morning. Thank you for joining. Welcome, guys. Pablo, Alex, welcome, guys. The Wizard, welcome. Okay, let's get into this, everyone. We're going to get started with gold, okay? Let's start off on the daily. Okay, so we had a little bit of a cool-off candle today, cooling off this massive all-time high move and cooling off, but coming right back up with a pullback. So this is interesting, actually. So we're going to see if this bearish volume will continue to come back down today, or will it possibly buyers flip this candle and start moving it again to new higher highs and new all-time highs. Okay, so let's get started with recognizing our previous all-time high right here. This is an important area. It's also a nice psychological area of 3,500. And you can see 3,500 is acting as support right now. that pullback today, the lowest point is 3,512. So it just missed retesting this by $12, which is 120 pips. So maybe it will come back down and retest this. But that was our all-time high, and already it's support. Did anybody do like 50% or a point of interest of this candle right here? Please, guys, I explained the importance of this yesterday on this big candle on Tuesday, September the 2nd, okay? The reasoning why I said that this one is a really important one is because this is the body of volume that closed above our all-time high wick, right? There's some important candles below us as well, but I was just stressing the importance of this one. Why? Because it did close above the all-time high. So if you did find your point of control of that volume, let's do it together, okay? So the opening price is right there. The closing price is right there. And I'm doing this body of this candle, Tuesday, September the 2nd. So I can see exactly where's 50%, okay? I can move this orange line to 50% right there, 3503. And then I can find my bullish point of control, which is the 618 and the 382. Did anybody do this, or was it just me that did this? Do you see the pullback where it came right into? The top of the point of control. Please tell me somebody did this on today's call, because I spent a whole 10 minutes yesterday explaining this, and that's why I'm saying some traders do not pay attention. It's just, Ron, are you buying? Are you selling? Ron, are you buying? Are you selling? Ron, and then spamming all day in the chat. But this is why I'm telling you guys, education is powerful. If you were waiting down here, the volume came exactly right at the top of that point of control. If you had a pending order or just practicing, you would have possibly been filled. And look at the return off of there. Right off of there, the return is possibly a daily goal. Okay, that's 300 pips. Just moving back up. Okay, yeah, Alan, you're currently 300 pips in profit. That could be you got executed right at the lowest point of the day, and it's the proper area, right? That's where the big buyers are, right here, either at the top of the green box, right at the middle of the green box, or at the bottom of the green box. And you can see how it comes in and returns right back out, okay? Why? Because that's the point of control of this big bullish candle. And I also stress the importance of this candle because this was the one that closed with volume above the all-time high. So I hope this is going in one ear and staying in your brain, guys. I hope it's not just going in one ear and out the other one, and it's like I'm just wasting time here talking every single day. Okay, I'm telling you guys, this shit does work. Okay, and then if you want to see the box now, the green box, I have it 50% of that green zone. But you see that wick right there? Now we've found a fair value gap. You can bring it down to that wick. This is what you're paying thousands of dollars for courses to teach you how to just go from this wick to this wick. That's what a fair value zone is. But I do more point of control as opposed to just fair values. Okay, that's the difference between myself and someone else that's teaching this. Okay, and then also, when you get that zone, get in the habit of stretching it into the future. Okay, and I'll answer your question for you right now. How far should I go? To answer everyone's question, go as far as you can go, as far as TradingView can allow you to go. Okay, because it's a static zone. It's a static zone. The only thing that's variable is the volume. Will it stay? Will it continue to stay above this? It will be support. Will it break below this and we flip this red? Then it might be resistance and the market might be selling down after that. Okay, so you see, I've stretched it all the way into 2027. Okay, that's how far I've stretched it, and I just wait patiently with a signal here, here, or here for the volume to come in, and then I move with the volume. Okay, very simple, guys. Now let's go back to our analysis. Okay, so let's just go through our original zones that we've been doing for the past 4 or 5 months here. This was off of the all-time high. We recognize this as an area of resistance. We continued with this zone, pushing it into the future. You can see there was a double top with a retest in there. Market pushed down. We came in here a third time, market pushed down. We came in here a fourth time, market pushed down. We came in here a fifth time, market pushed down. We came in here a sixth time, market pushed down. We finally came in here a seventh time, but now we have closing volume above. So when we get closing volume above, we don't change the zone, we change the color. We make it green to represent an area of support, an area of demand, an area of where buyers are, okay? So when everyone is confused, Ron, is this a support area? Is this a demand area? I'm telling you, all of the above. If you want to call this a support area, call it a support area. If you want to call it a green box, call it a green box. If you want to call it demand, call it demand. If you want to call it buyers, call it buyers. If you want to call it Mickey Mouse, call it Mickey Mouse. Call it whatever you want, okay? It's not the name what I'm teaching here. I'm teaching you to understand that volume, buyers are closing above. So if it ever pulls back down into here, this green box is going to represent possible buyers pending in there, waiting to get filled, because maybe they missed this move because it moved very parabolic. You can see it just continued to close near the highs. Small shallow pullback, go to the highs. Small shallow pullback, go to the highs. Small shallow pullback, continue go to the highs. So any disciplined, patient trader waiting for a pullback never got filled. So they could be still pending, waiting. Even with today's volume, it's all the way up here. They could still be waiting, pending in here. So when the market finally returns down in here, it could pick them up, trigger those orders, and it's got a high probability that it might continue to go to the upside. Is that 100% guaranteed? No. I've seen when pullbacks have came into this zone and maybe just come right through here, then it's a lot of selling pressure that continues to eat away at these pending orders, and then the market starts to reverse back down, okay? But there's gonna be some sort of transactions that happen in this zone. It's up to us to continue to watch on a disciplined plan how to do this, okay? So you can see we're nowhere near this green zone. We still are respecting this point of control. So like I don't even need to continue to do any analysis down here. We've already done that. You can see that right now it's still trending in an uptrend. Yellow line for the daily trend. What I was talking about over here, like this is what, like I don't, when I'm trading by myself, I don't continue to do this. It's already done on my charts. We talked about this zone. Watch all of our YouTube videos. We talked about that. We talked about the equal lows right there, the implications of those equal lows. That's what kind of kept the momentum continuing to go up. So points of interest then, pivot point right here. You got higher lows at these bodies of these candles, higher low, continuing to keep the uptrend. We got tweezer bottom lows. We're above this demand level. Then we got another bounce right here, higher low pivot, and then you see we start to continue to move up, and we squeezed a lot of these sellers. There was a lot of sellers here. We can see sellers were here, sellers were here, sellers were here. Sellers sold the all-time high, and they were in here, but we kind of buyers accumulated more and more and more of that delta volume and squeezed it out of there, okay? So now let's kind of start to dissect with what's going on up here, okay? Are we at a new all-time high? Yes, we are. So I can now watch what I'm going to do. I'm just going to change this orange line, which was a previous all-time high, to now a daily point of interest, yellow line. And I'm going to place a new all-time high right up there, Donald Trump's orange face. There it is. 3,578 is technically our new all-time high on gold, almost 3,600, not too far away. Okay, that would be that psychological number right there. I would place a yellow line at 3,600 just to see if we can tap into that psychological number. So far we got moved away from it, okay? So now let's follow the volume. We hit the all-time high yesterday, strong day. There was a little bit of selling pressure near the end of the day, a little bit of a retracement, and that's where we closed. So when we're marking our points of interest, where bars close and open, it is a point of interest. So I'm placing a line exactly where we closed. Now I'm looking at the transition to today's open. Did they gap up? Did they gap down? I don't see any gaps in the market. I see a clean transition to the open. And when we opened, gold was originally bullish at the open, and you can see that's the highest point we got up to. So I can see we have not filled that all-time high wick. it is technically a lower high. So sellers are now in the market showing us where they are. They are right here at 3,564 and pushing gold down, the volume down. Now we can see what they did. They pushed it down back to the opening price, and then you can see that they were in full control today. It was bearish, 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 bearish. We got to yesterday's opening price. That is a point of interest, so let's just place a yellow line at yesterday's opening price. And the sellers were continuing to break through there. They pushed it and continued to push down. They even took out yesterday's low and continued all the way down, all the way down. And you see where we got to? The top of that point of control box. We didn't come right into 50%, right at the top of it. So when we look at our lowest point of the day, you see where it is relative to that green box. And again, guys, I did not guess about this green box. I used my Fibonacci tool to identify this. You guys need me one more time for clarification to show you guys how I figured out that zone, or are we all good on this? Okay, don't feel shy if you say, Ron, just one more quick time. It will take me 30 seconds, okay? But this 30 seconds can maybe confirm any doubt that you have with identifying how to do this, okay? Because I do this on the daily, I do this on the 4 hour, I do this on the hourly, I do this on a 30 minute, I do it on a 15 minute, I do it on a 5 minute, I do it on a 1 minute, I do it on a 30 seconds, I can do this on 10 seconds. If there was 1 second candles, I would be doing this on 1 second candles, okay? One more time, okay? Hit the likes for one more time. We're almost at 200 viewers. One more time, okay? Now, if you're sleeping, guys, let's wake up. I can see someone is sleeping right now. I can hear you snoring through the microphone, okay? So I'm going to tell you right now, it's time to wake up, stop snoring, and look what I'm doing here. I just grabbed my Fibonacci retracement tool. We all have this tool. It's available to everybody. It's free. So I love free stuff, okay? Anytime I get anything for free, I'm happy, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm placing it at the opening balance price, okay? And I'm bringing it all the way up to the closing price, and there it is. Let the Fibonacci tool do the rest of the work for you. You see the 0.5 right there. 0.5, that's 50% of the exact volume. $3,504 is the price. There it is, yellow line. And then the box, you see, I take it right up to that. Either, it depends if you have it reversed or not. That's irrelevant right now. But you just take it up to the next Fibonacci number. On mine, it's the 618. It could also be the 382 if I have it inverted. And then you bring it down to the 382, okay? And that's where your zone is, okay? And that's how you can identify a point of control on all candles, okay? Especially on, don't just do this for every single candle, okay? Like, let me just state this. Don't just do it on every single candle you see, okay? Because then you're defeating the purpose of how impactful this is, okay? You have to also acknowledge which are the important candles, which are the ones that close above structure, which are the ones that close with volume above previous highs. Those are the ones that you gotta kind of focus on, okay? You don't wanna just do this on every single candle. You can, but then you might confuse yourself as to which ones are the most important, okay? So we're good on that. Let's continue moving forward. So again, guys, we came down bearish, 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 all the way down there. And then the buyers stepped in. We can tell how they stepped in because there's a big rejection wick on the candle. So the buyers are buying, 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 buying. This was a big black candle that came all the way down here. And we'll find exactly what time they came in. But right now we see that they're stepping in. They're buying it right back up. And this is where we are in price right now, 3,542. So we still have this bearish volume on this candle, okay? So sellers could still come in, start offering, and bring it down here. That's why I have this yellow line. This is a point of interest. If the sellers bring it back down to this yellow line, 3,532, I want to see if the buyers can hold this position, and maybe we hold here and come back up. If they can't hold this, then we're going to drop a little bit down into here, okay? And I could do from yellow line to purple line, and 50% right there, and have another yellow line. That's what I'm going to do because I'm a scalper. So I want to know exactly where 50% of that zone is. right there. Because if it comes back down, bearish, 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 take out yesterday's low again and stop right there, that could be producing a higher low right there. And those buyers that stepped in right there could be protecting their position right there at 3,520 and continue to hold that up and continue to bring it up. If this point of interest can't hold up, sellers could come all the way right back down where those buyers stepped in and started this big reversal. But then again, that sellers could be coming down with heavy volume, offering to all of those buyers on a daily and absorbing them, and then continue break this low and then drop into 50% right here, or maybe even the lowest point. And then we see if the big buyers will step in or if this block will get invalidated. Okay, so right now, following today's daily volume, we're coming right back up strong. We still have this bearish head. This daily candle, if the buyers could come back to the opening price, they could flip this into a bullish pin bar, turn it into a hammer right back here, and we could be driving the rest of the day, filling yesterday's all-time high wick and driving to 3,600. Okay, so let's go from the daily now. Now what I do is I start to dissect the daily analysis. I go into the 4 hour. I normally don't go into the 4 hour. I've been doing it for the past probably month. I normally go from daily to 1 hour, but someone said to me, Ron, I really enjoy how you do the 4 hour analysis as well. It's helping me out. So I respect the feedback and I'm continuing to do 4 hour. 4 hour gives us a good block of volume coming from Europe, the 2 to 6 a.m. big candle. That's showing us the entire 4 hour volume coming from Europe as it's walking into pre-New York. So we can start to see, again, a pattern forming with the 4 hour candles. You can see how bullish it was on Friday, August 29. They were bullish, making higher highs, higher lows. You know, there were short pullbacks, but then they continued to go. I can see right over here, there's 4 hour good support right here. So anytime I'm looking at the hour, whether it's 1H, 2H, 4H, anything to do with an H beside it, I use a white line, okay? So right there, you can see, and look at the number. Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful when everything lines up. It gives me more and more confirmation. Like right there where I just placed a white line, I'm at a body, a body, a body, a body, a body, a body. That's showing me that there's 4 hour support there. So it's hourly support. And then the number coincides with a nice psychological number, 3,475. That's perfect. Always pay attention to those numbers. This is a live auction. So 3,400, psychological number, 3,425, 3,450, 3,475, 3,500 flat, 3,525, 3,550, 3,575, 3,600. Again, 3625, you know, just that's how auctions work. They work at these psychological numbers. Why? Because more transactions are there. The market can come into this location, transact. Markets are about efficiency. They want to transact with gather as much volume as they can and move away from this price. But it's easy to transact at these locations because a lot of orders are placed at these psychological orders, okay? It's very simple analogy is when you go buy a cup of coffee every day at your coffee shop. If the coffee is $2 exactly, you get a medium regular coffee and they $2. You can hand them $2 single bills, or in Canada we have a fancy coin called a toonie. I can hand that and I can get my this is before, you know, we started tapping Visa cards and tapping debit cards. Okay, I'm talking old school, back when we needed to transact with cash in our pocket. Okay, easy transaction. They hand me the coffee, I hand them $2. Boom, boom, boom. We shake hands and we move on. Imagine a million other people are buying coffee at $2 and easy transactions. Okay, the drive-through is constantly moving with no hold up. That's efficiency. That's good pricing. Now, if they put the price at $2.07, $2.07, okay, I might have singles on me, I might have loonies and some, but for me to now have 7 cents in change, maybe I don't have it. So now I got to give them $3, and then they got to give me 93 cents in return in change. That can slow efficiency. That slows down. People behind me at the drive-thru are going to be beeping their horns and say, "Come on, I got to go somewhere. Move." Like that's how markets work as well, guys. You know, so it wants to avoid those transactions because it slows down the efficiency of the markets. Okay, do you guys understand that analogy? Or that's how I understood when I was learning how depth of market worked. When I learned that type of analogy of just going through a drive-through, it started to make more sense, okay? And then I started to equate it with psychological numbers. Then it made even more sense, okay? You guys get that or no? 223 viewers. Maybe some of you guys are scratching your head saying, this guy's talking about coffee. Why are we not talking about candles right now? It's just, I'm trying to help everyone understand it with analogies and try to maybe simplify it. And then when you get that, maybe you'll understand what I'm trying to say here. Again, some of you guys are really confused, okay? Because I can, it's okay. If you guys don't get it, I'll explain it in another way. No worries, okay? So 4-hour candles, we can see we pushed very strong yesterday, right? And then they got pinned, okay? And then they pushed it down, okay? And then we can see we opened right here. 1800 is 6 p.m. opening price. I can see it came up, made the high of the day. We got another bearish candle coming down. Again, if I'm looking now at 50% of that 4-hour candle, I should have a white cut line cutting right in half of it right there, okay? So I can see 3,552 and 50 cents is representing exactly 50% of that bearish 4-hour volume, and we're still below it. So look at the retest right here. Now we came back up. Look at where it stopped. 3,550 psychological area, lower high. They pushed it right back down, short wick. They popped it, and then look how strong that selling candle was right here from 10 to 2 a.m. 10 p.m. my time to 2 a.m. And it came right there. That's where it made the lowest point of the day. You see how it held right above that point of control of this big body candle from Tuesday at 10 a.m. It came back up, and look at where it closed. Okay, but it closed engulfed underneath all of this 4-hour volume. And when it opened right here, it initially came down. This is 2 a.m. This is now Europe. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. See, there wasn't a lot of selling pressure coming out of London. You see, why did it not continue to fill the wick and break down? So there was a lot of support coming in at London, and it was a big, strong, bullish candle coming all the way practically to the point of interest right here. Okay, so we gotta kind of bring our point of interest line right down to here. Look at where I'm bringing it down to. Now where the body closed, body closed, where it opens right now. So you can see when we came up right there, London, 2 to 6 a.m., this white line is resistance, then they pushed it right back down. But we're still holding some bullish volume. Now we opened this 4-hour candle, pretty much ignited, but there is a little tiny wick. I can see it at 6 a.m. And this candle is going to close at 10 a.m. when we go into the ISM services PMI. This candle will represent everything we going through COMEX, news, Wall Street, the opening of Wall Street. And I can see the 4-hour candle continued to fill the previous wick and kind of peaked its head right above there, but no closing volume. And again, the sellers are pushing it right back down. So this location is, you can see that there's a little bit of resistance right here. And see what I'm doing? I'm just going a little bit above, a little bit below the zone. I'm not just, and then to give it a little bit of a spread, like a little bit above, a little bit below, and give myself now a red zone, okay? So I can see now the buyers are trying to come up here, they're getting rejected. Coming up here again, getting rejected. If this 4-hour candle flips bearish, we could start to be rotating back down where? Close to this yellow line, or exactly 50% of this bullish volume. Why don't we do that? Why don't we take the guesswork out of it? Let's grab our Fibonacci tool real quick. From the opening of pre-London to the close of 6 a.m. See where 50% is? I'm just going to adjust my yellow marker now to represent 50% of exactly Europe's 4-hour volume. And I can also do a bullish point of control. Again, 618, 382 right there, and make it green. Stretch it into the future, and now this green box is representing the previous volume we just had coming out of Europe. Okay, if we come all the way bearish back down in here, maybe there might be some buyers to take it back up. If we lose this green box, it will continue to come down. Where? Down to body. Again, I'm getting all this data from the 4-hour candles, so I'm placing my white line, right? So we're seeing we have 4-hour resistance right here. That could be 4-hour support if we can't hold the block, right? So now I look at the pattern on the 4 hours. I see a big bullish move. I see a top right there, all-time high. I see it pull all the way back down to here. See where it got the wick? But I look more at the localized bodies right there. I can see that they rejected it right off of there, and it's holding right here. So you see how we're trying to come through this red block? It's made 2 attempts but failed. So are we going to continue to fill this candle and try and attempt to get out of here? If the 4-hour volume can close above here, maybe momentarily we'll flip this red zone green. Will represent some support for gold buyers to continue to come up to the highest point of the day, maybe to the all-time high, okay? But right now, it's getting rejected right there. So it might come back down to test this green box. If this can't hold, maybe come back down and test those bodies. If it can't, then they're going to start to fill that wick and test the lowest point of the day, okay? We could also consolidate for a few candles in here, and these are 4-hour candles. So we could consolidate today leading into NFP tomorrow right here. This could be an area of consolidation where it just trades up here, comes back down, will go back up, come down in here, then eventually they'll redistribute to the upside, whoever accumulates more, or they'll continue redistributing to the downside. If you're measuring this zone, if you're trading from, let's say, the white line to this yellow line down in here, it's 130, 140 pip zone, okay? More than enough for us to make daily goals, but we got to understand on the higher time frame what it could be doing. So it could definitely be consolidating in here as well, okay? So that's good enough analysis on the 4-hour. It is still very bullish. Like, look at this rally. It could just be cooling off and we could be continuing to skyrocket up here. But you see now where the all-time high is, and you see those 4-hour bodies. This is how I put a zone up there, right there. Now I know where my all-time high supply is. Right up there, okay? So I'm giving it a zone. If we come in there, maybe we'll go back down. If I get closing volume above, I flip it and we're continuing to drive to 3,600. Okay, so we got rejected. We might be losing our opening balance and it will flip bearish. Let's go to the 1-hour to watch this. Now I'm dissecting the daily, 4-hour, now into the 1-hour. Look here, Tuesday, close of the market, how we were trading. Look at this. This is the futures market. This is the Asian market. You see how consolidated it was? Just moving up blue, black, blue, black, blue, bullish, bearish, bullish. Accumulation, who won? The buyers won, started to close it above here and continued all the way to the all-time high. Hourly volume came back down, consolidated here, bear flag, and pushed right back down. I can see now Wednesday they really dropped it. This was 9 p.m., here's 10 p.m., and then 11 p.m. made the lowest point of the day, 11 p.m., came back up. There's midnight, we got some consolidation, 1 a.m., then I can see pre-London, closed above there. There's London, 3 a.m., and now I can see how gold is just trading with spin tops, indecision, but I see a rejection, rejection, rejection. So right now, you can see clearly how the volume is consolidating in this hourly area right over here, okay? Again, we're smart. We know that gold is not just going to trade inside here all day. It might make an attempt to continue to come up here, close, maybe retest this, and drive to that daily point of interest or daily high. It could also accumulate sellers, like this could be a flag in here where sellers close it below here, retest this red, and then we drop down to this yellow line, maybe the lowest point of the day, okay? And then, but we also got to watch fake outs too, above or below here. I can see the last 3 hours, it attempted, it failed. It attempted, failed. It attempted this hour and failed so far, okay? So we know that there's a considerable amount of sellers up in that red location, right up here around 3,546. But we still have strong support down in here, which has not been tested. We haven't tested this green zone for the last 3 hours. The only time we tested it was when we opened London. London's low is right there, okay? So we could be just trading sideways inside here. Now let's go to the lower time frame, and then you can see, guys, where most of the volume is consolidating. If we look at this kind of trap all that volume in, right in there, where it's trading like that, it eventually broke out to the upside, and we're kind of almost right back in this zone. So some traders see this as a head and shoulder pattern. They see a left shoulder, the head that broke out, we're right back in the right shoulder. So a head and shoulder pattern has a high probability of continuing to push down, right? But that's not always guaranteed. I've seen head and shoulder patterns that come right back up, close, and continue go up here, and then I look for a double top. And then maybe the second top might be coming down with more volume, and then they push it down, okay? That's a possible path. I've seen that multiple times. Just because you recognize a pattern doesn't mean it always happens. I've recognized double bottoms in the market and double tops, and always thought the second top I have to be selling, or the second bottom I got to be buying, and then I got stopped out. So I've learned over time, they are good setups to recognize. They do have high probabilities, meaning they're accurate 70% or above, but they're not 100%. No pattern, nothing in trading is 100% guaranteed. Let's make that clear right now off the hop, okay? Nothing is guaranteed in trading. I wish I could tell you this pattern was guaranteed, then we'd all be making money on a daily basis with no issues, okay? But that's not the case, okay? You got to use discretion. You got to first recognize your pattern and trade properly. That's why we wait for confirmations and we don't just trade on impulse. You wait for volume to close to confirm. You wait patiently for a possible retest to confirm that that actual double bottom is holding, and things like that, guys. So once you start to understand these type of mechanics about trading, then it's going to start to maybe make more sense to you. Okay, so this is what we got going on the hourly. If we drop now down to the 5 minutes, we'll see how the 5 minutes are trading. There's probably going to be some good volume to be trading up and down, or just going to be sideways. Okay, I can see that there was some really nice volume coming down right over here, 9:30, 10 p.m. Continued to push down, so that's a clear downtrend. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, break down, lower low, lower high. It came all the way down. Now I can see when they pinned it, lowest point of the day was 11:10 p.m. and I can see it since then. It's been coming right back up. See the zone? It came right back, consolidated here. Now we closed above, so you see how it turned into support where it came right back down in there. Exactly 3 a.m. That's London market open, holding. London had volume to come all the way back up to this red box. Then they pushed it down, came back up, could not break, came back down. And then we tried one more big attempt here at 6 a.m. and now we're coming back down. But you see how the 5 minutes are holding a little bit of support, like right here, right here, right here. So somewhere like right around here. This is where I have my red horizontal ray tool to try and maybe understand where most of volume is. See how, guys, I could have placed it right there. I could have placed it right there, but you guys see what I'm doing? I'm looking at this bullish candle right here because it closed above all of this volume right over here, and there's 50% of it. I can see a retest come down, back up. A retest of it, go back up. I can see here impulsively broke, volume above, retested it, back up. Here it came down, retested, back up. Here it came down, back up. Came down, back up. Now we had one bar that actually physically closed below it, but it looked like it's a fake out because it came right back up. And if you wait for it to close, it closed back above, and then it retested the red line as support. So to me, that looks like a quick little fake out right there. Still, the buyers are still on the 5 minute trend, still holding this. So that right there was a little bit of a fake out. And we had that big push right back up to there. So it did create that high. And then since then, hard, it got rejected right back down. Again, we're holding this location again. So I can see that they're building a little bit of support right here on the 5 minutes. Okay, so hopefully I explained that to you guys properly. But right now, still holding a little bit of support. Do we have 5 minute resistance? Yes, right here. You can see the point of interest. That body closed right there. That's where it opened, ignited bearish and dropped down. We came right back up, rejected, came back up, rejected, came back up, rejected. Now we're coming back up one more time. Are we going to get some volume to close above this and maybe turn this red line into support to take us right back up to this red box location? Or are sellers going to continue to push it down? We are now consolidating on the 5 minutes right through here. Okay, again, you can see sellers are selling and buyers are buying. Sellers are selling, buyers are buying. Sellers are selling, buyers are buying. This is that tug of war. And some of you guys might be in a buy and some of you guys are in a sell. And the market is showing us the same thing, okay? So what we either have to do is trade with intuition, maybe on an impulse break, or however, just wait for either volume to close above here, maybe retest this, maybe we can take a quick buy up to there, but we still have to respect this red zone because what could come in here could easily come right back down just like this, okay? So that's why if we look for a buy through here, we measure the move so we know what we're getting. What are we getting? Are we getting 20, 30, 40, 50 pips? And then we got to start reducing our risk in the trade, maybe possibly taking some money out. Or if it comes back down here, we see sellers did break, but failed attempt. It looked like a fake out. But if they continue to come back down here, maybe with more offers, they could break it down and then we trade back down into here, okay? So that's what's going on gold right now. It's still early. It's not even 7 a.m. So let's wait for this candle to close in 2 more minutes because then it will close our hourly at 7 and then we'll start a new candle at 7 a.m. Okay, so that's what we got going on right now. If we're trading the 5-minute trend, it's bearish, and now we're retracing right back up. You could grab your Fibonacci tool, okay, from maybe the highest point to the lowest point. Like, let's just see the retracement right now, okay? So grab your Fib tool from the purple line. We know that that's today's highest point, and we can see how bearish it is. I'm bringing it down to our lowest point right there, from purple to purple, and just want to make sure. See, this is the first retracement. You see how I have to reverse it? See how I have it at 786? That doesn't make sense. The first retracement should be at 236, 23% discount. So I have to reverse my Fibonacci. There it is. So you see how I reversed it? So the first retracement that came at 23% here, 23.6, there was no rejection. It came and closed right at, and it had resistance at the 382, 38%, pulled back down, came back up, and then it came one more time. There's the 0.5, and you see where it kind of 618, that nice prime time golden zone, 618. That's a big discounted. That's a good area to sell at premium. So you can see the sellers are selling. We're also at our 4-hour point of control bearish box. That's where sellers are selling. So right now it's still pushing down. So if we start to break this, maybe we'll break that 0.5 psychological, and then we could come down to the green box and back down to the 382, okay? So you can utilize your Fibonacci to help you with, it gives you levels, support and resistance as well if you want. But it looks like the sellers are selling at that premium level, 618, and that 4-hour block of supply from today's opening price to today's lowest point, okay? We are currently in an uptrend from the lowest point of the day. We can illustrate it with a trend line. Okay, I'm going to try and keep it. Let's see how I can. I want to try and keep it at those bodies. Try and maybe get as many touches as I can. It's if I keep it at that wick right there, those bodies. See that body I got, but now, I can start to see that volume is now closing below the trend line, okay? I got this trend line from looking at these 5-minute candles. I can go back as far as it came from 11 p.m. Right now it's 7 a.m., so it's got to be an hourly. This represents almost 8 hours of a trend, so I'm going to make it a white line, okay? So it represents an hourly trend here. I know I'm looking at the 5-minute candles, but I based it off of 11 p.m., and last time I checked, it's 7 a.m. right now. So that was over 8 hours ago, okay? And it's still holding, okay? But now I start to see maybe some black volume breaking the trend and ready to maybe push down. So maybe I could entertain a sell coming up, okay? But we're still in this consolidated zone. I want to wait to see if something can happen down here, because it could just come down here and go right back up, and get back into this trend channel and continue driving, okay? Everybody understands this top down, and I'm going to add my daily bar indicator just to remind us. We opened right here. It was initially bullish. We can see exactly when it opened. We can go to 1800, my fault, right there. That's where we opened. So I had that brief push. That's it. That was our long-lived high of the day right up there, and since then they brought it down, lower low. Came back up. We didn't touch the purple line. They held it lower high and then started to push it down, new lower low. Came back up. They pinned it back down, pushed it back down, lower low, all the way down to lowest point of the day. And now we're coming back up, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. They squeezed it out of there, and now it's coming right back down. So we still have this much bearish volume left in the candle. Sellers could continue to come back down and sell down the wick, or buyers could bring it right back up. Let's watch how this candle is going to close. See how it's coming now back below here. Let's watch and see where it will close in the next 3 minutes, okay? Take a look at your spreads. Take a look at your sizing. Don't make any mental mistakes if you are taking a trade. Wow. Okay, see how bearish that was? Bearish, bearish, bearish. It broke that green box, and look at the return coming right back up. So that's showing a very significant whipsaw. Like, it came down there very bearish, and boom, the buyers rejected it right back up. So let's wait for this thing to close. Thank you guys, almost 300 viewers. Hit the likes, subscribe to the channel. Let's see if we can get this up to 750. We're 100 away, 100 more subs away. We can get to our daily goal of 83,750 subs. If you're getting value out of the channel and we've earned your sub, please hit the subscribe button, like the channel as well. If we get 300 likes, We'll be streaming live NFP with you guys tomorrow. Unfortunately, if we don't get 300 likes, we'll be in the Zoom room. Okay, NFP is a big day. It's up to you guys. There's 300 viewers. If all of you guys hit the like button, we're streaming live tomorrow with you guys, NFP. There's going to be some people that don't hit the like button, then that tells us we don't need to be here doing NFP with you guys. Doesn't cost you anything. Costs you 2 seconds to hit a like button. Okay, so you see how it spiked right back up, and then look at the bearish volume coming right back down. Okay, that's why sometimes it's good practice to wait for a candle to close. Okay, I know it's very difficult. I'm a scalper on the 1 minute, so I know how difficult it is. And believe me, I'm a very impatient person. Okay, my wife tells me every single day. I hear it 20 times a day. I'm a very like impulsive person. Let's say that. Okay, so for me, I've learned how to be patient. If I can do it, you guys can do it 10 times better than me. Believe me. If I learned how to be patient and disciplined in trading, it took me a couple of years. It took me a long time, but eventually my stubborn head learned how to be patient. So if you're having difficulty, just tell yourself, I'm going to wait for this candle to close regardless. I don't give a shit how high it goes or how low it goes. I'm waiting for the candle to close. You will get so much more valuable information if you just wait for it to close. Okay? That's it. You know, everyone asks me, Ron, what's the secret to being patient? That's it. Just wait for a candle to close on your particular time frame you trade. Okay, this is where if you're an hourly trader, you have to wait 60 minutes unless you see something developing that can allow you to go in early. Okay, but if you're waiting, you got to wait. If you're a 15-minute trader, you got to wait that full 15 minutes. I'm on the 5 minutes. I'm waiting this full 5 minutes. Look at where it's closing now. It closed below our green box, so we're going to go green to red. It's got a low wick, right? Okay, so it's got a low wick. It opened ignited, so it could start to definitely start pushing down and starting to fill that prior low. Or it could come return right back in, and then we get a retest of this red zone. Where will it retest? Where's the best area is 50%. 50% of the red zone. Okay, so right now you see how it came down just a little bit, turned blue. So now it's retesting the red zone, right? We're going to see if the zone flipped. Okay, so it's still holding. Okay, see how it turned to a bearish. Now it's coming back down. It's this little doji candle hanging in around here. Okay, so I'm going to go into sell. I gave it some time to retest. I'm going to now see if it pushes down with this. Maybe I went in a little too early, but I gave it time to retest. Now what I'm looking for is to sell back down into the prior wick, which would give me about 10, 11 pips, and then maybe to punch for a new lower low, and where to maybe approximately right over here, 50% of that bullish candle, and I've got a wick and a wick right there. So that would equate to about 20 pips if it can come down into there. My stop loss, okay, is up here. I can either place my stop loss like above 50% of that bearish candle above the red box, or I could go above that entire candle, give it room to breathe. You know, if I want to go just for a short, you know, quick little 10, 15, 20 pip scalp, maybe I give it a tighter stop loss. Maybe it will go directly right down into profit, and I don't even have to realize any, it's going into profit. Let's mark that wick right there. Okay, whoops, shit. Okay, because we got to know if we can, right there, that red line. Okay, so that was the previous low. That would be about 11 pips right there. You can go to a break even right now. I'm going to show you guys how to scalp a candle. Okay, I'm at a break even. Up 10 pips at break even. This is good education for scalpers who want to learn how to scalp on 1 minute. Okay, so I could either just close this trade right now, take my 10 pips, get out of the market. But if I'm holding this thing, now I'm holding with a break even, okay? So that's how you can, that's for scalpers, okay? I'm probably gonna get maybe taken out at break even, but I'm trying to teach a lesson here. This candle closed below, quick retest, small wick. I took the sell, right away 10 pips in profit. I took my stop loss, which was 50% of this candle. Now it's running a little more. So you can now learn how to take out 50-50 or take out as much as you want, close the entire trade 80-20, 50-50, or we hold with a break even and see if the selling pressure can close below here. Maybe we'll get one more bar breaking down here. but we're with a really tight break even. Okay, the market could come right back into where we entered, then we're out of the trade, but no win, no loss. Okay, so now we got 1 minute 55 seconds. Okay, you guys want to learn how to scalp? I can teach you guys how to scalp, but there's a lot that goes behind it with risk management. Okay, sometimes I take trades right away. I have zero drawdown. It goes 10, 15, 20 pips in profit, and I'm like a robot. I just close out, or 80-20. You close, Tammy? Yeah, it's a quick one. It's just to learn, Tammy, how to take a quick little scalp, okay? Because scalping is a different mentality. Now watch, I'm going to probably get taken out at break even. There, it's a break even trade. I got taken out, okay? And then I just gave up 12 pips to the market, okay? That's scalping, guys, okay? So hopefully we learned a little bit about scalping process with that. I could have kept my stop loss up there, and then now it's coming into the red zone, right? I could have came up and stopped me out, then went back down. I can wait for this body candle to close too. I see how low it went. It came down, it took out that low, made a new lower low, and now it's retesting in here. If I want to go on the next candle, I can jump right back in, right? Okay, so let's watch the close. Guys, do you guys understand that? Scalper's mentality is completely different than anybody else. Look at that now. You see how it turns up bullish right there? That's where I was originally going to have my stop loss. So I would have been stopped out of there, okay? So that's why when you're a scalper, you have to use precision when you're trading and not worry, get greedy. Can it go down here? Can it go down here? No, when a scalper looks for 10 to 15 pips, that's even smaller. I know micro scalpers that look for 5 pips, okay? We're not looking for 50 pip, 100 pip moves. We're looking for 15 pips, 10, 15, maybe 5 scalps a day. Do the math, that will turn into 50 to 75 pips, right? And then that's it, daily goal. But you see how tight I am with my stop loss? Okay, I placed it 50%. As soon as it started going down, I went to a break even right away. And see now, the return, the volume closed back above the red zone. So I go red to green. Shows me how strong those buyers were in that candle. The sellers were really strong breaking it down there, but then the buyers returned it right back up, closed it right back here. Now we're retesting this green box. If this candle flips, we could go back into a buy, right? Scalpers are just moving with the flow of the market. Okay, let's see. It's holding. Might have to come deeper down into here. The red line is still the red line. It's still representing 50% of the zone. Adam, you have to be quick. Yes. Some scalpers use hotkeys. Hopefully, we can create in the future sniper keys. I have kind of some ideas of how to create it. I just need someone who knows how to program and to create it with me. So that's what I like to do in the future is one button where you can just click the button, 80-20, lock you out. If you're in 3 positions, you click a button, it'll close all 3 positions simultaneously. I know that there's some that exist, but the way how my brain thinks, I have some ideas of how to do it. The way how I trade, I'm sure I know how scalpers trade. I'm a 1-minute scalper, so I know what I want to. Look at that, came all the way down, watch that return, closing in 3 minutes. This is where a lot of traders take impulse trades. See how it opened, ignited, bearish, came all the way down, came all the way down, came all the way down, got that big whipsaw rejection where it made that higher low and coming right back up. But notice how it didn't flip its head, okay? So it's coming right back down bearish. But sometimes when that flips its head with that return, a lot of buyers take that impulse to come right back up for about 10, 15, 20 pips upside, okay? And it's difficult to show how to scalp 1-minute candles on YouTube because YouTube has a 10, 20-second delay. You know, sometimes where I'm scalping 1-minute candles, you guys are a little bit delayed. You might be hearing it and I'm already getting out of the scalp in profit. So I don't really like to do 1-minute scalping on YouTube because of the delay. But if you guys are here to learn, I'm more than happy to do it. But I can't control YouTube's leg. We have it on ultra low latency. I think everybody has at least a 10 to 20 second delay. Zoom, you guys do not have a delay. We can do 1-minute scalping on Zoom every day, but for YouTube, it's delayed, guys. But for learning, you can learn. And another thing, you have to have really good spreads, okay? Scalpers cannot give away pips on spread. because you can see we're looking to take a trade for 12 pips. I can't be giving away 2 pips to buy, 2 pips to sell, and then with some slippage, then I'm only netting like 5 pips. Futures is great to scalp because there's no spreads. Forex is a little bit more difficult due to spreads. But I trade securities that have low spreads and low commissions, such as US30 is my security of choice. Gold, I do have to pay commissions when I trade this thing. Red, we should do some futures scalping next week. Let's do it, Red. Yeah, let's do it, guys. Is everyone down for some futures scalping next week? We can, instead of looking at XAUUSD, we look at GC. When we look at NASDAQ, we look at NQ. When we look at Dow Jones, we look at YM. If you want to do S&P, we can look at ES. We can scalp those. You know, we can switch it up. We don't always have to do Forex every day. We can do futures. You guys just tell me the charts. Just give me the charts and I'll upload the charts. And if there's candles on the charts, we'll take care of the candles. Just tell me what the ticker name is, what the contracts are, what the expiry date, all of that shit. And we'll do futures together. Okay? But anyways, guys, you see how it's just kind of consolidating? We could scalp this up and down. We could have fun. But I just want to let this accumulate a little more. We got big news today. Let the market do its thing right now. I kind of don't want to force any scalps right now. When we have a scalping education session, that will be the title. It will be scalping education, and I'll really get into this and teach you guys this, okay? I'm not a professional scalper by no means, but I've been watching candlesticks for over 20 years. Let's just say that. So I have a little bit of knowledge of these things. I was born, when I came out of the womb, my mom said I had a candle with me. It was a firecracker. That's what my mom told me, okay? I don't know the truth to that, but that's what my mom told me. Okay, so it's still kind of consolidating in this zone. You know, if you want to continue to trade in here, again, it's accumulating both sides. You know, if you want to stay out of this, you can still see that there's a little bit of a downtrend, like pushing down on the lower time frames. I'll revisit gold. And you see now, like on my profit loss report, I got a BE, I got a break even. So I could go back now, and then after I review that, like when I see, okay, I took that, I saw that the body closed below, I inverted the red zone green, it came in there, retested, then it broke the wick, and I saw I got a quick 12 pips. I didn't take out anything, but I took my stop loss to break even, and then I review it, you know, and then I look at what could I have done better, what did I fail on, did I go to break even too fast? But you know, just those things. You gotta go back, review, learn from it, and that's how you learn in trading. If I don't go back and I review that trade, then I might forget about this, and then I won't learn from it. Then I won't know what to do on my next trade, right? So trading is always learning, guys, always learning. If you do it with low lot sizing, if you do it with a demo account, guys, there's no shame in trading with a demo account. I know if your neighbor or your friend or your cousin or your girlfriend hears you trading with a demo account, she's gonna make fun of you. Who cares? Demo account is, you don't need to tell anyone, okay? That's between you. Just treat it like it's a real account. If you open a $10,000 demo, that doesn't mean you go all in with $10,000 and hope for the best. You go and you practice with it. If you learn from it, then when you learn, then you can deposit your real money and start to trade the markets. Man, if I learned this from day one, I never traded with a demo account because everyone would made fun of me 20 years ago trading with a demo account. So I had to deposit thousands of dollars just to hold my ego, to tell people I was not trading with a demo account, and I didn't even know what I was doing, depositing my money into a real account and losing it all, just for my ego, to tell my friends, yeah, I'm trading with real money. But I was losing everything, so it made absolutely no sense. It just shows how stupid I was when I was younger. Now, if you're learning, I highly recommend you learn with a demo account. Forget what people say. Who gives a shit? You know, when you're winning, those people are never congratulating you in your corner. No one sees your struggles. No one sees your wins. When you tell people you win, no one believes you. So don't tell them anything. Keep trading very private, guys. If I can tell you some advice from all of my years, from my experience in these markets, don't tell anyone anything. Don't tell. It's none of their business. None of their business how much money you're making. None of their business how much money you're losing. None of their business how much time you've been in the markets and you got nothing to show for it. None of their business. This is between you and the markets. Okay? This is what you got to continue to do. Forget about everybody else. When I started to learn that, man, my trading started to turn real different. It was such like a chip off my shoulder where I didn't have to prove to anything to anybody. And then I just never talked to anybody about anything about trading unless they personally asked and really wanted to learn. But guys, just if you guys are starting to do good, do it in private. You know what I mean? I said it last week. Lay low and trade slow. Don't bring unwanted attention to you. We have like an evil eye. You know, you bring that unwanted negativity. People are going to wish bad on you when you're doing good. Keep it away. Just keep away. I don't need that, right? You guys don't need that either. Okay, so that's gold. Right now it's just kind of consolidating. We'll wait till closer, getting to 8 a.m. Let's do NASDAQ and Dow Jones. We'll get this top down out of the way. We'll see how these are moving, okay? So are you guys all good on gold? It's just consolidating right in here. Guys, if you're paying attention to it, if we did break down here, if sellers get it back down here with some black volume, flip this zone, maybe we will push down to here, but buyers are still accumulating. If it gets above here, we could continue to drive up, okay? So just watch it. Right now, it's still consolidating in this shitty area right here. So we got time. Let's do US 30 and we'll get to NASDAQ, okay? Oh, do you want NASDAQ first, Clue? Okay, let's do NASDAQ and then we'll do US 30 because usually every day we start with US 30. Let's do NASDAQ today, okay? And then we'll bring US 30 in just a bit, okay? So this is how NASDAQ is moving on the 5 minutes, right? We can be trading this as well, but we don't want to just go hop in and just start trading. Again, top-down analysis is the best thing to do, in my opinion, because we get a whole bird's eye view of how it's trading on a higher time frame to try and give us our bias, okay? So number one, when you see back here, we did have all-time highs, okay? Right here was December 2024 all-time high. We came back in it this year, February 2025, double top all-time high, rejected. So it's got to be a red zone, okay? Showing me volume push down. Now I transfer this red zone into the future, how we've been teaching here. Now we can see volume closed above it in late June of this year. So volume is above, zone is zoning, that's the zone, but I flipped it to green to represent buyers / support / demand / Mickey Mouse zone, whatever you want to call it, okay? Have we returned back into here? Guys, this is for big swing traders. Have we came back in here on the 4 hours on the dailies? No. How, look, last time we got it was end of June. We went all of July, we didn't come in here. All of August, we didn't come in here. It's now September. We're still nowhere near here, okay? What happens in October, November, December of this year if it returns back in here? You don't think that there's going to be some pending buyers waiting that never got in June, in July, in August, in September, in October, and it comes in here? You better believe that there's going to be a big tranche, a big block waiting to buy in there, and it could come right out of there, okay? I'm saying 50%, but it could do what it did gold, right at the top, right at 50% or right at the bottom. I always like to go 50% because it's right in the middle, but you can place an alert at the top, mid, and bottom, okay? And what I mean by that is just draw a line, okay? I'll do it at 50%, make it whatever color you like. I like higher time frames. I know it's on a daily, yellow. I'll put an alert in there, okay? And it will stay on my chart until black volume, until sellers come all the way in there, then I will get an alert. And then I don't just trade blind, right? I could either have a pending order in there, or I could, when I get the alert, I go down to my lower time frames and I watch 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 minute, whatever it is, okay? So that's nowhere near us. That's called a pending block in the market. We've built a depth of market above us. You can now look for pivot points in the markets. I can see when we drove all the way up, it stopped right there. Like it created that high, but look at where the volume slammed back down and closed below. We came all the way down. You see how it just stopped right there? The momentum just stopped. The selling pressure stopped. That's called a pivot. And then the buyers brought it right back up. Where? To all-time high. There's our all-time high. Again, we'll use an orange line for Donald Trump's makeup. There he is. Donald Trump, all-time high, 23,985, just below 24,000, psychological number. And what were the results when we tapped into that all-time high on August 13th? The sellers pushed it all the way back down. But notice that wick, that wick, that wick, that wick, are they higher than this point of interest of this yellow line? The answer is yes. It's not a trick question. Okay, so you can start to identify also the wicks. But what I do is bodies. Bodies are more important than wicks in my opinion. Okay, so right there where we started to barcode, where it was bearish, a big bullish engulfing candle, and then it was bearish. I guarantee you it came into that point of control right in there. And what was the result? It held and then went bullish again. Look at now the retest. That yellow line right there, 22,997, okay, right below 23,000. It came bearish, 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 right yellow line, went back up. It came down, higher low, went down, higher low. Look at this return all the way. This was Tuesday of this week. Look at where it stopped, right in there. Okay, so now I can see there's a wick and a wick. There's a zone, guys. You know, like you don't always have to use Fibonacci. You can freestyle. Look at what I'm doing here. Pay attention to this, please. Okay, so I'm using my yellow line as a base of point of interest. And I'm going up to this wick right there. And I'm going to go down to that wick right there. So a little bit above and a little bit below. And it's green because I can see now it came in there and back up. It came in there, back up. It came in there Tuesday this week and back up. Okay, so stretch this into the future. If we ever revisit this again, same results. Might come in here and go back up. However, if it comes back down with stronger selling pressure, we could close below here and start to break down. Then you reverse that zone. Okay, so you see, just get in the habit of stretching these things in the future. I can even place an alert in here. Right click, add alert, yes, create. That's the beauty of having the pro version of TradingView. You can have like unlimited alerts in here. I tried to remind you guys last week, they had a 70-80% off sale. Okay, they'll have another one come up on Black Friday. I believe, what is that, in October or November. They normally have a big sale. Okay, and you're investing in yourself, guys, when you it will help you out, believe me. It's well worth it. Okay, we're not monetized by TradingView, we're not sponsored by them. I really don't care, but I'm telling you guys how signals or alerts can help you guys out, where you don't have to sit and stare at the charts all day. Okay, okay, so you see we're still holding. Now, is this a nice big body candle? I can see now base of volume holding above 50%. So you can start to see how we're building with NASDAQ, okay? Again, get your Fibonacci tool. This big important bullish candle right here, the closing volume, there is 0.5. Let's place a yellow line at 0.5. See how it's still holding the bodies of volume? Can we figure out a zone? Absolutely. A little bit above, a little bit below. 382, 618, there's our zone. And we are still holding it, okay? So we have not closed with any daily volume below here. It tried on Tuesday and came right back up. It tried again yesterday. It was bearish, but came right back up and closed above. So we could be technically pushing further up today on NASDAQ, okay? Our daily candle has a little bit of bullish volume. We're trading near the highest point of the day. So it looks like a higher low, double bottom. Here's where it came down. There's the volume. Okay, I could go all the way down there. That's double bottom, but I'm looking at the volume. There's the neckline. And then you see when we came all the way down, it did. But look at where the volume is closing in this green zone. So it looks like it's a higher low, and we could continue to push maybe up to this yellow resistance. Maybe possibly come up there. It could get rejected, or we could possibly break out of this. How high can we break out? Are we going to get right up to the top of those bodies? Let's place a point of interest yellow line up there just in case. 23,713. But remember last week what I said, and it was on a live call. Maybe we don't come all the way up to there. Maybe it's going to be a 50% lower high, right? How do we do that? Remember I tested and I gave Bronson a free one-on-one with me. Because all I did was yellow to yellow, and Bronson, when I asked the question, he got it right away. So just identify 50% of reading the tape. Yellow to yellow is called reading the tape. There's 50% right there. See where kind of that shoulder, that resistance. Okay, let's say it's bullish and we break through, but the sellers are there protecting that, okay? So let's say we break out of here, break out, break out, break out. Maybe it stops right there. 50%, and then it gets a lower high, and then the sellers push it right back down. That is a possibility. We saw that last week. exactly, okay? And we pinpoint that 100 pip trade that we took right to that yellow line. I can measure now. I can measure today. If we break out of this yellow line to that yellow line, I measure it so I know exactly how much volume it could fill that imbalance. It's 80 pips up to there. That could be my daily goal on NASDAQ and I'm done trading for the day, okay? But we're nowhere near this right now. Now we got to dissect today's daily candle. Let's see from yesterday. We opened, was initially bearish, higher low, came back up to the opening price, came back up. We took out Tuesday's high. We almost took out Monday's high, so we don't have a new weekly high. It came up there. It got rejected yesterday, and then sellers pushed it right back down, and we closed with bullish volume, okay? Look at now transitional open. Our close from yesterday, our open, 23,420, okay? I'll give it an extra 39 cents and we'll round it up to 420, our favorite number over here at SST. And we had initial open, bearish, okay? We've already printed our low of the day so far. There it is, our wick, purple line. I'm going to ask you guys, are we above 50% of this bullish candle? We technically are, okay? Are we above this green zone? Yes, we are. Okay, so the buyers stepped back in to the opening price 420, had a joint there, and then the price came all the way, backfilled yesterday's candle, okay? Did we get above yesterday's high? There's yesterday's high, yellow line. I can see that we kind of peeked our head above it today. That's our new high of the day, purple line, okay? But it's still lower than Monday. Monday is a big day in the market, right? It's the start of the week. Monday is also a very big day because it's the start of the month, September 1st. So they're still holding it down. Now, when I know that they're still holding it down, I have a significant bearish candle that closed the month of August. Can we figure out 50% point of control of this candle? Let's do it. How do we do it? Grab our Rananachi tool right here from the opening price to the closing price. Guys, this shit should become automatic with everybody, okay? Our kids should be doing this. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. Teach them this game, okay, right here. And then teach them, if it's a bearish candle, we make it a red zone, okay? This is the video game of trading. I'm telling my sons, get off of Fortnite. You're not making any money with Fortnite right now. Let's make some money in the markets. Demo. Teaching him demo. Okay, my son's 14. I'm a responsible parent. Someone says, Ron, you're crazy teaching your 9-year-old and your 14-year-old. I don't give a shit. I'll teach them whatever I want, right? They're my kids. I'll teach them what I believe in. I believe in our future generations to learn this, okay? They go to school. I take my kids to school every day. They're learning symmetrical triangles. They're learning ascending triangles. They're learning how to use a protractor. They're learning how to use a ruler, right? They're measuring in inches, millimeters, centimeters. I can teach them how to use a Fibonacci tool. Here's a ruler. I can teach them, instead of learning in inches, millimeters, and centimeters, I can teach them volume. They're learning volume. My daughter's making cylinders and how to measure perimeters and surface areas and things like that. I can get them to learn now the language of pips and ticks instead of millimeters and centimeters. I'm not teaching them anything about the money aspect. I'm just teaching them how to measure things just like they're doing in school, okay? You guys can have your opinion. Doesn't really bother me. I do the way how I parent my kids. I know how financially free they could be if they learn this in the future, but I still support them going to school. I take them to school every day. They're going to go to university. They're going to go to college. They're going to do that. They're going to have choices in life. But I want to be there to teach them this as well in case they need something to fall back. I don't think they're going to become traders. I'll tell you the truth. I don't think our kids are built for this. This generation is not built for what we do. But I'll be there coaching them if they do need it. Guys, I just got to grab this call for 1 second. It's my mom calling me. I'll be right back. Hello? Hey guys, sorry about that. Mama calls, I always answer the phone. My mom says hello to everybody. It was her birthday on September 1st. So she says hello to everyone. My mom can out-scalp all of us. I never miss a call from my parents. Never, ever. Anytime I see mama calling, I don't care where I'm at. I don't care if I'm in a trade or who I'm talking to. I run and I get that call. Thank you, guys. Okay, so where did we leave off? We're on the daily. We were talking, sorry guys, I just lost track of what we were talking about here. We were marking our weekly high. So we came up here, pushing back down. We got this bullish volume. Now, just one point of interest today where the volume is located is right here. These bodies of volume. Let's place one yellow line right here. This body closed, this body open. Around 23,460, yellow line. And you see we have our volume above here. So when we go to lower time frames, we want to see if we can hold this yellow line, 23,460. If we can continue to hold this support, maybe we'll continue to fill our wick and come back at the highest point of day. But if we lose this, then maybe we'll push back down, coming down into here, okay? So right now, it is still looking bullish, okay? But we are kind of barcoding in between this green box and this red box. So it's pushed down bearish, came back up bullish, went deep, deep, deep down, okay? So look how deep it went on Tuesday. Came and closed back in the green box, and now we're coming right back up. So can we at least, you know what I normally do, guys, is I don't know if I said this on these calls, but do you guys know how to measure wicks and return volume? Okay, so let's measure this wick, okay? This big, big whipsaw that came down here. Let's measure it, okay? So you see what I'm measuring from where it kind of, closed, and then how far down it came down to. See that? Okay, so if I now place it, and maybe we break, where did we open today? Like right there. If they kind of redistribute all of that, see that big, I can measure it all the way up to there. So then we would technically maybe see like a bullish candle, you know, drive right through there, all the way up to there, right? I can make that, like a bullish candle. Do you guys understand what I just did there? Does that make sense? So all of that return right there, you know, if it starts to redistribute to the upside, that's a measured move. I measured that entire wick right there, right? And then you can see it could probably close above here. And then that would complete the double top, right? Where it comes down right here. There's the neckline. Okay, there's the higher low double bottom with the liquidity grab, and then with the measured move, if we can start to break out through here, there's your pattern right there. And it could possibly close above there, come back down to retest this, and drive to the all-time high again. Does that make any sense, guys? You know, that's just a possibility, but again, nothing is set in stone. But that's sometimes when I'm scalping the market on the 1 minute, when I see a big return wick of 10, 15, 20 pips, and I measure it, and then I go into a buy, I expect to get 10, 15, 20 pips return because of the size of that wick, okay? It's a different style. I don't know if I've ever really taught that. I know I've talked about it on lives. Again, do you guys understand that, or did that go over your head? I got to know, guys, because I talk a lot of shit on these calls, but I got to know if you guys understand that or if you didn't, because it gives you something to learn. You know, you can now look at that on these return wicks. Okay, so gold has broke something. Let's take a look real quick. Gold. Okay, so gold is it's impulsively breaking above here. Okay, so now what you can do is in the next 90 seconds wait for this body to close, right? And then maybe we could catch a possible retest, because now this area where all of these wicks are, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wicks. If it closes above there, this could turn into a supporting area right here. Okay, so wow, okay. So that's a big impulse move breaking through here. Guys, I will get back to NASDAQ in just a second. Let's watch the close of this candle. Okay, so the buyers are breaking it out of here. This is an impulse move. This is an impulsive break, okay? So if we're looking to buy a pullback, maybe the best area to buy is back in retesting this green block here, which was the prior resistance. However, it could just be like a short pullback and continue to drive. When this body closes, let's maybe figure out where the point of control of this volume is. So I'll wait for this thing to close. I got my Fibonacci tool ready. As soon as it closes in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the close. It closed right at the high. So if I'm looking for a pullback into at least 50%, there's the 0.5. And then if I look at the point of control zone of the candle, it would be right there, right? So it's coming back down. Okay, so will it give us a good little retest here? Okay, will it retest the trend line? Will it come all the way deep down into this green box? Or will it be like a higher low? And we could be possibly breaking out of this 4-hour big supply zone, okay? But we still have to respect this 4-hour supply zone. You know, that was a beautiful bullish candle that they've kind of redistributed the volume to the upside. It has came down right there. That's the lowest point. But you see, it has not came down to test the top of that green box or right at 50% or back down in here. So sometimes it's a shallow pullback. We'll go back up. And then I look at the size of the wicks. Then it could, you know, fill that wick and then continue to drive through here. But it's got this big red zone. We have this white line. I know that's representing 4-hour resistance. We got a SST Armandi buy at 45.40. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it came down, you know, it's retesting, holding this so far. I'm trying to get a deep pullback buy if I can, but sometimes it might not come all the way down, right? So sometimes it'll just be a higher low and continue going, and then the next candle will come down, okay? So, you know, you can wait it out, but sometimes, you know, you might miss a move. But I'm also noticing the size of the wick too. It's a very relatively small wick. So if it grabs its higher low, maybe it could break out and continue to drive through this red zone. Now it's coming back down deeper, a little deeper. I'm trying to look at this red line, 3,542, if it can get down into here. Guys, we have a long buy signal for gold at 35.45 or 40. So that's what we're watching right now. You know, we're in that location. 35.40 is right in here. 35.45 is up here. So now it's coming deeper into that pullback area. Okay, let me just zoom in, guys. Sorry, I'll get to NASDAQ. We'll finish NASDAQ, but let's just see what gold is doing right here. Okay, so now it's coming down into there. Okay, so it got rejected up here in the red zone, coming back down. It's going to close in 2 minutes. We're now retesting the hourly trend line. Remember that white trend line that we broke, but now the volume got right back above, so it could be holding as some support. Okay, I'm going to take a buy up with this volume, okay? Because it kind of retested the trend line. I was waiting for it to come deep down into here. It hasn't came in. So I'm going to test a buy here at 44.25 and to see if we can break out, clear this red zone, maybe a little higher. I'm going to place my stop loss. What can I grab it here? I'm going to place my stop loss right below this big body candle. Okay, so I'm placing it right below the lowest point of this big body candle in case it needs to retrace back into here or here. Yes, it will put me in a little bit of drawdown, but I want to see if it can gather some bigger buyers. Hopefully, you know, it retraced already. We can flip this candle and continue driving with minimal drawdown. I'm already in the money again, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not just looking for 10 pip trade. Again, if you want quick scalps, but we want to at least
test the white line. That would be about 20 pips from where I entered. And then top of the red box would be about 40 pips up there, let's say, okay? Let's see if we can build through here. It's not easy because now we're trading in this 4-hour red supply zone, okay? So it takes a lot of effort on buyers to continue to ask and trade up here so we can clear this. If we can get closing volume above the white line, it's a start. We can build off of that because right now this is still resistance. If we get blue volume closing above, we can maybe make this into support and build off of this. So let's see how we're going to close. I'd like to close with some blue volume, maybe as a bullish pin bar or hammer candle near the high, maybe continue with another bullish momentum candle. But let's see how we close, okay? And 7:45 is now the time, so we got a new 15-minute candle. Notice how we opened ignited, okay? Ignited bullish. So can it continue to push? We might have a 3-bar play, ignited, nice open. So with this ignited open, do we have enough volume to continue to fill to break that high wick and get a new higher high? So see how it got rejected, came back down, refueled one more time for that next bump up. Let's see if we can continue to take out this high. We got to create higher highs and in order to continue to push, okay? So I want to break that high. I don't want to see tweezer. There's tweezer top highs, equal highs. So every time it pulls back, can it continue to fill and ask and trade? It's kind of like refueling itself to continue to get up there. And when we get up to that white line, if we do, you know, as a scalper, that's a 20 pip trade with minimal to zero drawdown if it gets up there. Okay, that's where scalpers again can start to minimize risk, lower your risk. But let's see if we can kind of build with this and get through here. We have a new, we know that this candle is representing the 15-minute candle. It just opened 7:45. It's ignited. If you want to take a peek at the 15-minute candles, look at this. So 15-minute candle, it's just got a wick and a wick to fill, and we're driving right through here. So we could definitely have the momentum. It's been building nicely. 15 minutes are holding great support down here. It looks like a physical double bottom on the 15 minutes. Down, support, neckline, back down, holding, double bottom. Now, that's what I'm saying. If we can get some blue volume closing above that white line, we can make this support and then continue to drive through here. But it is the 4-hour red zone for a reason. Okay, because I can see 15-minute candles come in here and back down. They come in, back down. Here was the big move at 6 a.m., came in here, and then they pushed it right back down. Now we're coming right back in here again. So they could definitely push this back down. But let's see if we can close with volume above this white line because we haven't had any as of yet. Okay, so that's going to be interesting to see if we can close above there. I watch it on the 5 minutes. We still have our ignited open. We haven't lost it as of yet. Okay, and now we've exhausted half the candle. So we're about 2.5 minutes away from the halfway. There we go. Okay, there's a good push, guys. So that's above 20 pips right now. You know, some traders, you know, want to get in and out of a scalp with minimal to zero drawdown. Again, that's how I trade the markets. I love trading for about 15, 20 pips, especially when I trade US 30. One candle can be about 20, 25 pips. If you can nail your entries with minimal to zero drawdown, 5 of those trades a day, you're about 50 to 100 pips a day. Yes, one will get stopped out, but if you use proper risk management, like you should be reducing risk, break evens, things like that. If you're waiting for bodies to close, we're waiting for bodies to close. There's nothing we can do, okay? So we got to wait for it. Let's see, we're testing again that white line. Can we get that volume above there? Remember what I said, we have not had a body of volume close above that white line since, let's see, since over here. Wow, since 10 p.m. of last night, okay? Francesco, crazy how every trade I copy from you goes in profit. I'm not a financial advisor. You know, use your own risk, please. I don't recommend you copy every single trade. I recommend you're learning. But you see, guys, we spiked for that new high and big, massive rejection. So we know that there's big sellers above here. Okay, that's why it's a 4-hour red point of control. So that was a big, strong candle. We created that higher high, but massive rejection coming back down. Okay, so we are still technically holding the opening price. I wanted volume to close above there. If I don't get it, then we could return back down, coming down and retesting this location. So let's see how this thing's going to close in the next 48 seconds. It's going to be a battle between the buyers and sellers for this white line location. And you see, guys, I didn't take out anything. I was up 30 pips up there. I didn't take out anything. I have not adjusted my stop loss yet. I'm going to wait for this bar to close. The volume now, you know, creeping back up near there, near that white line. I can't stress the importance of whether it will close above or below this white line. That will dictate possibly the next bar. Bar meaning candle. Candle is another word. We say bar. Okay, here's the close now. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Closing near the high. Can we get an ignited pop and just continue to fill that wick? There was a little wick created if you saw it real quick. Sometimes candles print really fast. TradingView prints really fast like that. So now the white line could be support for us going forward. If we pull back, maybe the white line will be our supporting line. Okay, maybe we've flipped now this resistance to support. Okay, we're driving. Okay, up to there, guys. 40 pips. Okay, this is when I'm going to go now to a break even, up 40 pips, and also scale out 80%. Perfect. Up there, I'm taking out 40%, 80% up there, and I'm leaving 20% running. Guys, we encountered 0 drawdown, and we're up 50 pips. Wow. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. As we say in Canada, not bad, eh? Everyone say it. Not bad, eh? You guys are now officially Canadians. That's not too bad, eh? Why do we say that as Canadians? That's not too bad, eh? A-E-H. Oh, man. Canadians are funny people. Guys, that is, let's grab some money, okay? Let's go, because we're going into 8 a.m. We have a shit ton of news. If you're, I got 20% running. Hopefully we get volume above. We might even flip this red zone green for the time being. Guys, hit the likes on YouTube. Let's 400 viewers. Come on, guys. If we get 300 likes on today's call, we'll be live for NFP tomorrow. Hit the subscribe if you haven't. If we've earned your subscribe button, let's try and get this up to 750 today on our way to 84,000. Hit the likes. You know, like that was a fun trade, guys. We followed that. I told you I was waiting for that retest. I had to go in. I saw it came down, didn't really, and then as soon as it flipped, right there, I bought. That was a bearish candle, and then as soon as it was returning, I bought, and look at the results since then. And as soon as we broke through here, I told you I'm taking out 80%, going to a break even. I got 20% running. I'm not a greedy trader. One thing about me that you guys will learn is I'm not greedy. I appreciate pips. I appreciate them. Okay, 20 I appreciate, 30, 40, 50. Are you kidding me? I'm grateful. I'm blessed to get those. I don't get greedy, guys. I used to have that mindset. I want more, I want more, I want more. And then I was reviewing my journal over the years, and everything came right back down to where I entered, and I just pissed away years of money, not realizing anything. I don't play those games anymore, guys. I'm sorry. I spend too much time in front of these computers every day to not realize profit when you're in profit. Just close out a little bit, you know, even take out partials. Like I still have 20% running, but when it broke through there, I closed the bulk of my trade, 80%. And now you see it came up there, they pinned it down, and it's coming all the way back down. So if it comes all the way back down to my entry, unfortunately I get back 20% of my profit, but I closed out 80%, guys. Okay, I tried to do it in a live environment with you guys, telling you guys exactly what I'm doing. But if you're still sticking with the trade, we got to continue to follow and see where volume closes. As long as volume is still above this yellow line, we could still build. If we can close above this red box, we can invert it to green box. You know, it's a spin top candle. So we saw the buying, how strong it was. We saw the selling, and now it's right back to the opening price where we just started. Chris, can you give a short idea on how to trade when we have two levels like 35.45 and 35.40? We'll have 150. No, just stick with your 100 pip stop loss. Go right in the middle. Average them out. 45 and 40, go 43, right? Or just look at levels, okay? You know, like here's 45 right here, 40 is down here, red line right there, 42.5, 43, 43 right there, kind of that wick. Just everything, Chris, keep everything simple. If there's two numbers, add them together, divide them by 2. Okay, just like when we're looking for point of controls, same with that. If you get a buy signal at 45 and 40, add them together, divide them by 2, you'll get 43. And then take that as a point of control, 43, and just utilize that 100 pip stop loss, you know, or 75, whatever it says in the trade idea. Guys, thank you guys so much. Over 400 viewers on YouTube, guys. We appreciate it. I'm just going to double check the likes, because if we hit 300, we're going to be live on NFP tomorrow. So I hope you guys stepping in and hitting the likes. We're at 218. We're 80 away, guys. 80 away. If you guys want live NFP tomorrow for 4 hours, let's see if we can get to 300. I don't see why not. We have 410 viewers. I know you guys are being cheap and you're hiding your like button. It's all good. If you don't want to like, no problems. It's all good with me. Okay, guys. So I have 20% running. My break even is right there. Again, realize what I like is we've realized no drawdown. Okay, so that's using proper risk management. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, look, what goes up can come down. Okay, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out here. And then that's another lesson, guys, why I take money out of the market. There, they tapped me out. So, you know, had I not taken out 80% up there when I was running 50 pips, then I got nothing to show for, right? So that's done, that trade. And you see how strong this red zone still is. Okay, so if it closes back below here, you know, we're trading. I would get rid of this and just focus back on this zone right in here. So you could definitely buy back in if it comes all the way. We haven't retested this as of yet. Okay, it could come all the way back down and go all the way back up. We could start to consolidate inside here as well. Okay, but guys, that was a quick Armandi. Thanks for the heads up when you told me we had a buy signal sent out. Okay, guys. Sometimes I don't see these because I'm focused on the other stuff here. But see how we just kind of utilized a trade idea signal. We looked at structure, took a trade, waited for some confirmed volume, got in, got out. Hopefully we did, okay? Guys, I got to finish NASDAQ because we're getting into 8 a.m. And then we got to get ready for 8:15 news for gold and COMEX and some high impact news. Okay, so let's just finish up NASDAQ. We're 2 for 2 today, you know, and we're still charting. Let's continue doing. So I was on the daily figuring out our range. Let's go to the 4 hour now. So our 4 hour volume showing big 4 hour selling coming from Friday, consolidating on Monday. Remember, Monday was US banks holidays. And then Tuesday coming in here, some market sold off. Tweezer bottom lows down in there. I stressed to you guys the importance of recognizing tweezer bottom lows, equal highs, all of those things, the importance of them. And now we're on a 4 hour trend coming back up. Higher high, higher low. We're above 50% of this body. New higher high, a higher low. New higher high, you've got a higher low. But we have no new higher highs. Look at, we got equal highs at the purple line right now. And it's 2 points off of psychological 23,500, okay? It doesn't get any more psychological than that, okay? So I can see now we're barcoding on the 4 hours. Blue, black, blue, black. Here's a big 4 hour candle. This was all of European volume from 2 to 6 a.m. So I can see we opened, we came down to that daily point of interest, came all the way back up. We closed right at the high with no wick. And then that's when 6 a.m. opened and it was the initial push, but got us to the highest point of the day and rejected back down, still holding. So you see how the 4 hour volume is now trading right at our daily point of interest, this 460 area. So we'll see if it can continue hold coming back up. Right now, 4 hours are still consolidating. I think it's waiting for some news today or it's accumulating for NFP tomorrow, okay? And then look at what it looks like. It looks like a massive inverted head and shoulder pattern. Left shoulder, there's our inverted head. We're trading right back in the right shoulder. So it could redistribute this volume back to the upside and clear this big red daily zone and get back up there, okay? If you were to consolidate all of this neckline, what I'm talking about, the right shoulder, left shoulder, all this 4-hour volume right there, if you lump all that in as one zone, stretch it into the future, you see the volume is still right there. Bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Then they broke it down. It returned right back in. Now we're bullish, bearish, bullish, building higher low, higher low. So if we get some good closing volume near the highest point of the day up here, we could see NASDAQ continue to break out maybe up to 23,550, transact into this higher time frame supply box up here. However, they could elevator it coming back down, okay? But right now it's still building. So it still looks strong to me. It's got this inverted head and shoulder pattern. We're making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows off the 4-hour candles. We just have not created any new higher highs at the highest point of the day. It's equal highs. So I believe that Wall Street volume will dictate if we can punch out of here, if we do today, okay? So 4-hour candles, now we can go to 1 hour. These are 1-hour candles. Now you can start to see exactly how we broke down, where it bottomed out, closing volume above. This candle right here, important candle, it closed above all of this structure right there. That's a candle I would be definitely figuring out 50% in point of control, because if it ever returns back into that candle, that's a nice candle, 23,200. You can see it pulled back, did not come in here, went up, pulled back right there, double bottom, didn't come in here, and we're still making some highs at the top. So you can see on the hourly, we do have a little bit of a trend coming up. If you want to draw like a trend line, I'm not a big fan of trend lines, but they're important when you see a trend. It's important to stick and trade with the trend as much as possible. So you see, I got this from the hourly, started right here, wicks and bodies right there coming out of the green zone, kind of tried to attach it here, got those. Still that's holding, and we're still trading at it right now. So we're right at the trend line right now on the hourly. If we really consolidate now, I can see 5 a.m., 6 a.m. we hit the highest point of the day, came back down, held in here, came back up, lower high, broke for that low right to that trend line, closed with volume right at our daily. And now this hour, 8 a.m., we're opening up right here. So we are literally barcoding where it's bullish, bearish, bullish. If we lose this today, that's where NASDAQ could possibly sell back down a little bit. However, if it keeps building, we could be climbing back up to our highest point of the day. This yellow line, I'm just going to bring it down now because I see what the hourly candles are doing. I'm going to bring it down right there. I've got a body, and a wick. And I want to equally separate it from my highest point of the day. Like I originally had the yellow line right there, but it's too close to the highest point of the day, so I want to bring it down where I see more structure right there. So 23,480, that's our resistance today to get above. And then if we do, we can maybe get back up to that daily high. If we fail, we've got a lower high, lower high, lower high. We could lose our trend right here, maybe close below here, and then maybe Wall Street will see some selling pressure coming back down, okay? And then approaching that lowest point of the day. So that's what we got going on. It's still consolidating near the highest point of the day. If we look on the 5 minutes, this is what we got going on the fives. Okay, so now I can see the big move was 20. This is futures market open up 8 p.m. double bottom, came back. That's where we made the lowest point of the day. Since then we rocketed right up to highest point of the day right there. Pushed down, came back up. Nice trading, you know, going through, if you were trading 10, 11, going into midnight, good volume. Now it started getting a little choppy coming out of London. You can see where we met that purple line again. We came up there. Nice psychological number too. 23,499 is our highest point of the day. 6 a.m. When pre-New York started, came back down, back up. We got resistance relative right at that yellow line. If you want it now, you know, make zones, you can. I could trap those in. I could see my 5 minute resistance right there. Look at the wicks and the bodies right above that yellow line. That's a red zone. I can go into the future, okay? So if we ever do come back up there, it could get rejected. And you see the red box is right below our purple line. So it looks like they're already making a lower high shoulder, protecting the highest point of the day. And right now in the 5 minutes, there's a little bit of a trend coming down from the highest point of the day. We're pushing down, pushing down, pushing down, right there, okay? So I'm going to make this as a red line because this is just showing just the 5 minute trend, but our overall higher time frame is this white line right here, okay? So you see it's like a symmetrical triangle. We are coming up, while it's descending down. So symmetrical triangle, it's like a 50-50. It could maybe break out of here and then do something like this, or it could possibly continue to break down here and sell off down in there, okay? So you see the volume is reaching this is called the apex of the triangle right here, APEX, apex of the triangle. This is where the volume gets really consolidated, really squeezed, it coils up, and then we might have a breakout very soon. So it's 8:05. This is NASDAQ. We do have some high impact red folders coming up in the next little bit. That's what could cause the market to squeeze out of here, okay? So that's how it's trading right now. We've got some good, look at like 5-minute support now. See this big double bottom that created right there, 8 p.m., the futures market, 50% point of control is right in around here. I can see now how it's trading relative to this. Let's do this right now. Let's do accuracy. Let's pinpoint that big body candle that did close above. It's a very important candle. It's 8 representing 8 p.m. You see this yellow line now, I can move it exactly to 50%, and I can find my bullish zone off of that right there, my bullish point of control. I can see how now we've traded into this. Okay, it came close, did not come in. Right there, it actually came in. And so stretch this into the future. If the market sells off, NASDAQ sells down here today, we could be looking to buy at 23,420. And when we buy down there, we have a joint as well. Okay, so, and then I know that they're protecting the lowest point of the day. Guys, that could be a good opportunity. I'm going to place an alert in there. Okay. Got that? Stretch zones into the future. We'll revisit NASDAQ and we'll go back to gold. There's our daily bar indicator. So we know we opened, made our low of the day. We came back up right there. There's our highest point of the day. And so far we're in this trend coming down, revisiting maybe this area. Okay. So we came right back up to the top of the trend. You see the body. There's 5-minute resistance. Will it come back down, or will we start to break out of here and retest this? Okay. That is NASDAQ. We are above our 9 EMA, and we're also above our 200 EMA. Okay, so we'll leave NASDAQ right over here to the right. We'll do US 30 in just a moment. Let's just revisit gold again. So you see gold, okay? So that was that breakout. We were in that buy. Well, I was in that buy, and I closed out, and then it came back down, tapped my break even, and now it's coming right back up. Okay, so you can notice how it's coming right back up, closing again above that white line, holding now. So we haven't close with any volume below the trend. Okay, it's still holding. So let's see if we can get some bullish volume closing above this red zone, continue to fill that wick and continue to drive. And more importantly, if we get bullish volume closing above here, we can convert this red zone into a green block. And we got news coming in about 10 minutes. Okay, guys? So if you're still in the gold buy, congratulations. You know, I went to a break even. But if you guys are still in, let's see if we can get some closing volume above there, okay? And just a reminder, news-wise, what we got coming up. In about 8 minutes, yep, there it is. 8 minutes, we have our ADP non-farm employment change. Okay, it was 104,000 last month. They're forecasting a decrease in job creation, 73,000. We'll see what that actual number is. It's a high impact folder. This is the day before NFP. It's kind of just going to give us a little brief glimpse of everything. See right here, the data provides an early look at employment growth, usually 2 days ahead of the government released unemployment data. That's tomorrow. That is designed to mimic. So it's just a little brief little appetizer of what's to come tomorrow for our NFP. But it is high impact. It does affect the US dollar, so we have to pay attention to this. It will affect gold. And notice the time, 8:15, 5 minutes after that, 8:20, we got COMEX exchange opening up. That's when we're trading gold. That's the commodities exchange. And then 10 minutes, we got 8:30, a lot of US folders, but we have our red folder, our weekly unemployment claims, okay? And then we move into Wall Street, and then 10 a.m., we have a big ISM services folder as well, okay? So we're going to start to get into some volatility now. So please, guys, if you can manage your risk at all times, it would be very, very important, okay? So you see how NASDAQ is kind of breaking that short-term little symmetrical triangle. Let's see if what the result is when it attempts to come into this red box. Will it come in there, get rejected? Will it close above, build? Okay, so, but we'll be watching gold, guys. Gold, fantastic move on gold. We'll watch this close in 1 minute. Is anybody still in the gold buy? You know, I went to a tight stop loss, so I got taken out at that break even with 20%. Some of you guys give it a little room to breathe. Are you guys still in? Further in? Yep. Let's follow this. Red clues, you re-entered. Solid. Nice. Okay. Let's follow the close, guys. Scared about the news? I understand. Yeah, guys. That's why. You got to really think now. So, like, if you're in the money, we got news coming, you know, so the best thing is to always protect your capital, protect some profits, risk management, because, you know, you could be in a buy and then they drop the news and it's a big black candle coming down and then it could get a wick and go back up, but liquidate you and all of those things. It's hard. It's hard when you're in a trade and you're going into high impact news. You know, it's difficult because it can go in either direction, right? So I'm not in a trade right now again, so I'll wait for after the news. I might you know, wait to see how COMEX market opens as well. I've already taken 2 trades successful. One was that learning one, quick little scalp break even, but the second one was a profitable trade. Okay, so we did close above. Okay, let's just go through rules. Okay, so we got a little tiny bit of 5-minute volume closing above this red zone. So just for now, with that body, that confirmed close, we can make this zone now green. Okay, so as I'm speaking, there's now going into news. There could be pending buyers stepping in, getting ready for COMEX, you know, getting in here. Maybe they want to buy. There could also be sellers coming in the market and placing sell stops, sell limits, all of these things. There's also stop losses down here from the buyers. So the market sees this, the market knows this. But with that volume that closed above, it could translate now that more buyers now have confirmation that it did close above a specific level where volume has not closed for a while today. And now we could be converting this zone into a supporting area now, okay? But it could also pull back down into here. We're still above the trend line. This white line is always going to be an hourly white line no matter what. We have volume above, so it could represent support if it comes back down into here. Armand, I took your buy close and wait for pullback. I enter one more buy close. All now 50% daily goal hit. Mashallah. Let's go. Let's get that. Okay, so we pulled back, good pullback, still holding relatively above 50% on that previous body. Now we got to fill wicks, right? But these are longer wicks to fill, okay? So they're not short wicks, like this is a short wick. These are rather longer wicks. But guys, let's just see above us now, okay? So if we start flipping bullish and you guys are in the gold buys, where could we go? You see right here where there's a lot of, right over here, there's like this area. You know, this is sticking out to me like a sore thumb right here. See those 2 little wicks, equal bottom lows? Again, a third wick, then I got a body and a body, and then when volume closes below, it turns to resistance. Right there, guys, right there. You know, if we fill this imbalance and you're in a buy and we're starting to approach this red line, you maybe got to consider doing something there, okay? And that's 3,555. So it could definitely, you know, continue maybe to get all the way up there. But when it gets up there, you can see how it's structured in the market. Like if you need me to draw a zone there so you can see like right there, support, right there was support. Still, that was an impulse break, but look at where the volume closed in that zone. Here we got a bearish candle closing below. So when it closes below, I can already see it retested in that big drop. That's when I make it a red zone and stretching it into the future, right? We're stretching it into the future now. We maybe, possibly, if the dollar sinks, gold could continue to pump right up to there. That would be a great area to exercise profit taking, okay? So hopefully I explained how I identified that. Because when the volume, if it comes up there, I'm going to say, guys, I kind of went backwards and looked in the past to dictate where the volume could move into the future, right? And it's all about this, stretching it into the future. And then we can see just from this point, like from the green box to there, that would be an additional 60, 70 pips to get back up there. Okay, so let's get ready. We got news coming in 53 seconds. They're going to release this ADP, non-farm employment change. Remember this number, 73,000 is the forecast. So we'll see what the actual number is, okay? Oh man, if this thing comes in the negative, my God. Then NFP is going to be fireworks tomorrow. Okay, so 10 seconds to go. Sometimes they pend, you know, Forex Factory, wherever you're getting your news, might be delayed a few seconds, but the market doesn't give a shit. It'll continue moving regardless of what Forex Factory, if the delay. So that's why we got to watch. I watch. Ignited. Wow. Okay. Bullish ignited open. Took out the high. Okay. The US dollar is sinking right now. So keep an eye on that red box up there. Let's see the numbers. Oh, it's still pending. Financial juice is delayed here too. But anyways, we had that ignited open, take out that high. Let's see if it continues to build. If it continues to come down, maybe it will continue to refuel itself to get up there, okay? So there's going to be a lot of volatility. It could go up and down, but we're still holding good bullish volume. I want to see that number. What is this number? 54,000. Wow. Oh my God. Okay, this is really disappointing, guys. That's a disappointing number, okay? So the US dollar had that initial drop. We'll see if it will continue to move down with this. And we'll watch where gold volume will close. You know, if we can close above these highs, we could possibly build off of this, right? Got up to 35.51, right above that psychological 35.50. Okay, so we'll watch the closing volume. We want to kind of close above one of these high wicks, okay, and then build off of it. We'll figure out 50% for a pullback. Maybe if we can continue to fill. Maybe it will come back up and close near the high and continue to push, okay? They're probably going to revise and adjust these numbers now. 54,000. Wow. And we got Colmex too in a couple minutes. Wow. So lots of volatility coming up. It's negative. You are correct. Negative. That's why the US dollar is weak right now. And gold, you can see, is a nice solid bullish candle. NQ isn't moving. Yeah, it is. It's actually came right into the red zone and rejected and is a bearish candle coming right back down. So if you were in buys, you know, came into the red zone, I'm going to ask you, did you guys do anything in there? Okay, let's watch this. So remember, it's still holding its bullish open. That's important, guys. I always look at that. We did create that higher high breaking out of there. We got to create higher highs to continue to move higher. We've got higher lows building. Closing volume is very important. We've exhausted half of the candle now. We have now like the second half. It's like a football game. Oh, reminder, tonight, first NFL game. My Dallas Cowboys are playing the Philadelphia Eagles tonight at 8:20 p.m. Eastern, right when the futures market opens up. Shout out to all the Dallas Cowboy fans out there. We're probably going to have another 8-8 season. 8-9. Dallas is going to get smacked, probably, yeah. We lost our interior linebacker, our inside linebacker, Micah Parsons, traded to Green Bay Packers. I think that's going to hurt us. Hopefully Dak Prescott can stay healthy. Kid Poker, thank you for subbing. I appreciate you, bro. We're in London, Ontario, Canada, the Forex capital of the world. The real London. Will the real London please stand up? Us in London, Ontario, Canada. We're the new Forex capital. Excuse me, guys. Not London, England anymore. It's London, Ontario, Canada. We're taking over. Okay, so we're going to close in 60 seconds, okay? You know, if we can close, you know, like above this wick, we could build off of that, okay? Brad, they should make me a mayor over here. I don't know if I could be a politician. You gotta lie. I don't lie. I tell the truth, even when I lie. Like Scarface. Okay, so you see, guys, are we going to lose that opening? And maybe it might be a pullback, maybe to pull back to gather more volume, more pending orders, and maybe come back right back up. Okay, so now Financial Juice is starting to release the ADP employment change. Actual numbers are coming out. Here's the close. So did we lose that entire bullish move? Yes, we did. Okay, but now we're trading back deeper into this green zone. So we didn't get the close that we wanted. Okay, so maybe it's got to continue to build its way back up, right? It came a little deeper into the pending orders down here. Maybe some buyers got filled, stronger buyers, and taking it right back up. So it's a really big wick to fill, but again, closing volume. We got to take it one step at a time. We got to close above, continue to build. So it's still got some bullish volume, but it's got a big wick to fill. It could definitely fill this, but we have now COMEX market opening up too now. So there's just a lot is coming out right now. 8:15 we had the ADP high impact. 8:20 now we have COMEX. 10 minutes later at 8:30 we have our U.S. unemployment claims week over week. So there's a lot coming in the market to digest. You know, I see gold still kind of consolidating in here. Yeah, NASDAQ is taking a big move down now. Now we broke the trend here. So where's 50% of that big bearish candle on NASDAQ, guys? Real quick. Open, close. There's that point of interest. If we do scale back into here, it could get rejected. And maybe NASDAQ could continue to sell back down. Same with US30, guys. Sorry, I didn't do a top down on US30, but they look very, very similar here, okay? So US30, I'll do a full top down on US30. Just we'll give it a couple seconds here. Gold maybe has to build, guys. It maybe has to build, okay? We didn't get any closing volume. So I see a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. So sometimes it's got to come deep down into here, even with the news, you know, with the news. Sometimes it has to come in here, maybe pick up more volume. It tried multiple attempts to get out of here. It didn't have enough volume, so maybe they got to come down in here and get stronger buyers, right? They got to start to hit this depth of market. Okay, and then we have a lot of folders coming up in the next 10 minutes, okay? A lot to do with US. So these unemployment claims, we'll be watching these as well. Red, you hate when it's playing like this. I understand, but it's news now. It's news, so it's not easy to trade news. You see, like how much indecision there is, how choppy it is. But just stick with the volume. Stick with closing volume. Okay. You know, buyers are buying, sellers are selling right now. Okay. It's going to be a battle of this zone. Right now, it's still showing strength. Nothing has really broke down bearish as of yet. Okay. Might take time to develop. It's not easy trading news. So I can see US30 has tested 50% right there. I can see if NASDAQ wants to come back in here. Do we stream every day? Yes, we do. As long as we get enough likes, we're here Monday to Friday. We'll be here with you guys. In the next few weeks, we're going to start to introduce some other sessions during Tokyo. We'll do some London sessions. We'll have pre-New Yorks, post-New Yorks. We're going to start to introduce more sessions now as we start to get into the fall months over here. And we're all back to school. So hopefully we're back to school to learn too the markets as well. Okay, gold is a little choppy inside here. Chris, close for 66 pips. Perfect. Not bad, not bad. Good job. Okay, so now we got a bearish candle coming down. But remember, I inverted this green zone for a reason. So sellers could sell in here, but let's see if they accumulate buyers. That's the reasoning behind a green zone, right? There's sellers that want to push this move down, but let's see if the buyers are here to, you know, hold this thing up. If the sellers close it below here, then unfortunately we've lost this big depth of market, and then it could turn back down. Remember, that news could have lasted for 5 minutes. Market has digested it, and it's continuing to trade now, okay? But we've got to continue to watch. Now we're testing 50% the white line. You know, I don't like trading through news. I don't like trading this choppy stuff. I'm still analyzing. I'm waiting to see how everything is moving. Going into 8:30. Then maybe trade after 8:35, 8:40, things like that, guys. There's nothing wrong. If you're not in a trade, let's continue analyzing, right? That's part of our job as traders. If you're in a buy, hopefully you've adjusted your risk management. If you're selling, you could be selling as well. But you're kind of selling in a green zone and still at this hourly trend line. So you got to be very careful, okay? I'm not in a trade, so I'm analyzing. Okay, so you can see it's still building in here. Again, if we get closing volume above here, we could still build on the way up, but we've got a lower high, and sellers are closing volume inside this green zone. So it's still kind of consolidating in here. It's not the greatest of volume to trade, I'm being honest. Dion, you made some pips on gold buy. Congratulations, good job. Okay, so the gold signal from 40 to 45 did hit a few pips. Hopefully, you know, you guys have some rules when you're trading, guys, if you can. But we did hit a few pips up there. Yeah, NASDAQ, like, these are not good candles to be trading. These indecision candles, I try to avoid those at all costs, okay? So I gotta wait. We're only about 3-4 minutes away from 8:30. Might as well wait it out. We're gonna get a new 30-minute candle. We're gonna get some unemployment news. We're gonna get some weekly unemployment claims. We have a blog over here on unemployment claims. If you kind of want to read up what it is, right over here. This is the blog. You can go through it and learn exactly, because we go through this folder every single Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Are you guys losing sound? Can you guys hear me? Adam, I'm just checking if it's everybody or is it just you? Are you guys can hear me on Zoom? On YouTube, is sound good or is it just Adam? Okay, Adam, you got to check your system, brother. I think it's just you. Sound is great. I have a raspy voice. I'm gonna sing for you guys soon. I've got a nice Elvis Presley I'm gonna do for you guys. We're gonna have karaoke Fridays maybe. I do all requests, whatever you guys want. If I smoke enough weed, I'll sing for you guys. I'll show you my other skills. Armand, I can do Albanian songs. I have a chifteli. I'll play the chifteli. The chifteli is like an Albanian banjo. It's a old folklore music. I can do that for you guys. Whatever I gotta do to get your likes here. if we're gonna make this into like a America's Got Talent, we'll do it. I'll start doing cartwheels. You guys want me to do Britney Spears? I can do that. No problem. Okay, guys, but, you know, like, the news was released, okay? There was an initial sink in the US dollar. It pumped gold, and then we're coming right back down, okay? So now we're going into news, okay? It could return right back up, but right now, sellers are strong. See, guys, how it's not always correlated with news. That's why I don't always just trade like the way how news is. I follow volume. I follow price action. Sellers are showing me that they're stronger than the buyers currently, okay? You know, and you can't always just assume, just because they release those numbers, that gold has to go in that direction. I used to make that mistake. And then I started to figure out that news comes and goes. Price action is here to stay. Volume is here to stay. Right now, the sellers are showing me that they're stronger, but still the volume is still in this green zone. So it's a battle zone. It's a consolidated zone. We've got buyers buying and sellers selling. At the end of the day, it will be clear who wins this if we see bullish volume back closing above here, or if sellers can close it below here. I see that they impulsively came down here, but buyers are bringing it right back up with the higher low. And you see where the volume is? Right at our white line, right at the 50% here, okay? So you see how it can come right back up. Now we got 8:30 news, okay? Our unemployment claims. You know, it's too choppy right now, in my opinion, to be trading this garbage. Let's see, what did we get? Revised non-farm productivity. Wow, from 2.8 to 3.3. Holy shit, okay? Trade balance in the negative. Man, what is the weekly unemployment claims? Come on. Release that. Too much in here. Like sideways trading, let's watch for candles to close above or below. Negative 78. Oh, for trade balance. Yeah, that's, man. Tariffs, guys. Tariffs. Those are tariffs. Okay, so 237. So we like shitty numbers across the board. Look at our weekly unemployment claims. It's 237 from 230 above. It's above last week. So more individuals in America week over week are applying for unemployment claims, benefits. They're out of work. Look at the job creations are low. Like, man, U.S. is struggling right now, guys. I hate to say it, but U.S. is struggling right now. And the dollar is pumping on this news. You know, that's why sometimes you're like, how is this even happening? But you got to think, maybe they're grabbing liquidity. Maybe they're grabbing pending orders right now, okay? Let's not give up on gold because it could continue to come back up here. Let's watch and see if they can protect this bottom and come back up, okay? Because then maybe it will continue its bullish move. But if sellers can close it below here, I might be looking to buy at a discount area. Deeper down in here, maybe here. We haven't revisited this area yet. Remember, this was resistance. Since that big body candle at 735 closed above, we have not revisited this block. We haven't came down in here. There's probably bigger buyers waiting to buy down in here. Okay, we just got to wait it out. And NASDAQ and US30. I'm gonna stay away from NASDAQ and US30 right now till we get closer to 8:45, 9 a.m. and then I'll complete a top down of US30. We'll bring them both together. Right now, they're not doing anything. Okay. Okay, so those numbers are out. Everything is released. Not the greatest. A lot of red. Man. Okay, so tomorrow's NFP is going to be wild, guys. Like, did we even see what they're forecasting for NFP? Right here. Okay, where are we at? 73,075. Okay, so if they don't even meet this requirement tomorrow, holy shit. And the US dollar is pumping. Yeah, DXY is pumping. Okay, so, you know, markets are funny, guys. They're funny. Like, you can see that it's not following news right now. Normally the US dollar should be going down, but just stay patient. Just stay patient. Maybe they're orchestrating something. Maybe they're driving the DXY to trigger some orders above, maybe get some bigger sell limits, and then maybe push it back down. Just, you know, let the volume do its thing right now. I know we should be saying, why is gold not driving? Okay, it's not. That's facts now. We can see sellers are strong right now. They're selling gold right now off of this news. Why? I don't know. Okay, I haven't read those in-depth folders. I'm just seeing some numbers that are released. Okay, but I still see volume is still trading in this green zone. Okay, so I see sellers are selling, buyers are buying. If I was to consolidate this entire green box, I would trap it, and I'm still waiting to see who accumulates more. You got to be patient. Okay, I see sellers are breaking it down, but I see a higher low, higher low, higher low. I see buyers are bringing it up, but I see a lower high, lower high, lower high, and I still see the volume is concentrated right at the middle at my white line. So it's still building. Don't give up hope. It could come right back up here. Then when the US dollar starts selling, that's when gold will start to redistribute to the upside and start pumping. Okay. However, if it closes below here, sellers might be in control for one more leg coming back down into here. So then maybe we could buy gold at a discount down in here. And you see how news kind of interrupts the entire flow of the markets. All this choppy shit, all because of news, you know, can really change things up. Okay, and wow, like DXY is moving real bullish right now, okay? So guys, just like kind of just think like me. So if gold is, or sorry, if DXY is moving bullish right now, and we see that gold is making good support down here, maybe when DXY eventually starts to sell off, then we'll see gold breaking through here, back up here. Okay, as long as we've got to see if it's still holding strong support while DXY is making a strong strength move. And we're still holding good support. When eventually DXY starts to retrace back down, then that might be the time when gold is starting to move. So now we can see it's starting to trigger bigger buyers down at the bottom of the depth of market. Okay, so just stick with the volume, stay with the trade right now, and let's see what happens. But we're not going to neglect if the sellers close below here. We're gonna make this green box red. I know it sucks, but we gotta do what the volume is telling us to do. Tammy, you're absolutely correct, Tammy. It can take time for the charts to catch up to the news. Yeah, you're absolutely correct about that. Okay. See, so that's an impulse drop. Now they're redistributing all of that volume. Now let's see if it can, you know, come. This is a retest. This is an official retest of this zone where we broke out. Now it's actually retesting in here. Okay. So this candle is closing in 3 minutes now. This might be an opportunity to entertain maybe a buy. We'll see. Okay. So if it comes back up to this red line and goes up, I'm going to entertain a buy down here. If it goes back up to that red line, I know I'm going to buy a bearish candle, but it's retesting that green box. I want to see if it will flip up and maybe go next bar back up blue. And then I'm going to place my stop loss below that green box below me. Okay, so I'm looking to entertain a buy. Yeah. Oh, shit, I missed it. I wanted right as soon as it hit that red line. So you see, I kind of timed it, but I'm in now. I wanted it right when it tapped that red line. Okay, so shit. Okay, but I'm in a buy. I wanted, as soon as it was flipping right up to there, that's when I wanted to buy. I missed it, so I had to buy a little higher, okay? But I see it transacted now in that zone, okay? So maybe that's where the bigger buyers are. Kind of want to be maybe a part of this move coming back up. I'm going to place my stop loss just below this green zone below me, this bigger one. That's where I'm placing my stop loss. And I want to see if I can build back with the buyers, taking it back into this zone, okay? I'm not officially changing the color of this zone until this candle bar officially closes. Okay, so I'm attempting a buy, buy on a pullback, and seeing if the US dollar will start to retrace down, and then that will cause gold to continue to move through this green zone. Okay, so I'm in a buy on gold. Initiated the buy right here at 3,543. 43 in between that 40 and 45 area that we were talking about earlier. Chris? Okay, am I going to get a candle flip bullish while I'm in it? And maybe I can transfer into the next candle? Possibly, okay? So it's already in profit just by recognizing to buy at that zone. That's 20 pips, okay? And I got a shitty fill. I wanted the red line. If I got in at the red line, it would be up 25, almost 30 pips. So it's just that execution. There's a lot of volume moving in the markets right now, okay? But anyways, it's going to come down to the close of the candle. If this black bar closes below, unfortunately, I got to go the green zone red. If we still close inside here, the green zone is still green. And then maybe we can open with a strong candle and continue to go up. Holy shit, like DXY is skyrocketing. Wow. Wow. So maybe eventually when it retraces, we could build right through here. Hopefully. That's my plan. It's always a plan until it comes back and punches you in the face. Okay, so driving right back up to that white line, you know, that's a 25 pips scalp in profit right now. I could go to break even right now in the close of this candle, but, you know, maybe we'll see. If we can break through here, then I'll go up 30 pips. I'll go to a break even. Okay, ignited bar. Ignited right at the white line. If we can just pierce through here, maybe 35, 40 pips. Okay, so we got rejected at that line. If we do come back down, you know, let's see if we can pick up a higher low and just start to break out of here quickly. As soon as like the dollar starts to retrace, maybe we can break through here, okay? So maybe it needs to continue to build. I'm hoping that it doesn't need to come back down and test like this red line. It can pick up a higher low. But let's see here. Okay, we had that beautiful ignited open, but it got rejected right at that white line. That's that 4-hour resistance still in the market. So let's see if we can continue to build with this, a nice higher low. But guys, that's like a little scalp candle. Sometimes just that candle getting in and out, you know. That's why I love scalping. I really, really, really love scalping. Sometimes I'm in one candle. I don't even wait for the candle to close. Sometimes 1 minute, 2 minutes, get that move, get that entry, snipe, 20, 25 pips, in and out, right? So now it's coming back down. But will we catch a higher low? Okay, so that's my entry point. Can I grab a higher low there? Can we still respect this red line? That red line is still representing 50% of that bullish bar. We had to come deep down into that green box. That's why I bought out of there. Okay, we got a good return with a higher low. Let's see if we can build back to our opening position of the candle, or back to our point of interest, opening price. We have just a small wick to fill back up to the top, and then maybe we can break out of there with a hammer candle, start to just fill back up to the top, okay? And we're doing this while DXY is taking off still really, really, really bullish. So if we get a strong close here and DXY cools off, maybe we'll get that move that we're looking for on gold. It's not easy. I follow volume too. I've got to close above this white line. Guys, you guys can manage your risk while you're in this, if you're in this with me. Okay. If we start to punch out of here, I'm going to start reducing my risk. If we can close with volume above here, I'm going to start reducing risk. And we have 2 more minutes to go on this candle. So it's a bullish pin bar right now. Okay, I'll zoom in, guys. Okay, so remember right here, we're looking at that white line. Okay, we're getting back up with the hammer candle. There we go. Okay, so right now 30 pips. If we drive right up, okay, there's 35 right up to 50% of that bearish candle. We're right back at our previous trend line. Can we get above the trend line? Okay, we should be around 30 pips now. You closed it, Sina, not bad. I'm going to go to a break even now. Yep, break even time, yes. I got the return right up to there, guys. I'm at break even. Up to there, 40, 45 pip trade. Again, if you want to wait this out for the next 90 seconds, wait it out or close a little bit. But I'm, again, at break even. That was a 40 pip return up there. Okay. Whoo, man. I think we're cooking today in the markets. I don't know about you guys, but I think we're cooking today. I got my hat on. You know, I got so much hair now, I'm having a bad hair day. So I had to throw the hat on. when I got the hat, it's old school Ronnie back. So, guys, I know it's a downfall of having a beautiful, luscious hair. I have now bedhead, sometimes bad hair days. Sorry, but it's part of the game when you got luscious, magnificent hair. Okay, so worst case scenario is I'm at a break even. Again, look at the closing price of the volume. Is it going to retain this position? 30 more seconds to go. Here's our last 30 seconds. Let's see what happens. Okay, man, if we get a nice retracement on DXY pushing down, maybe we can get one more push on gold. But it's going to, whoever controls this white line, I cannot tell you how important this is, guys. Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, close. They close below. Okay, so sellers are still in control. So if they push it down, we could come all the way back down, and then unfortunately I will realize a break-even trade. But can we continue to maybe fill back up and fill the wick again, and maybe get some volume closing above here prior to getting taken out? Okay, so I didn't take out anything. I went to a break-even. That's my mistake. I should have scaled out there. Okay, I don't know why I didn't. And it's probably going to come back and, hit my break even. Okay, but I'm okay with that. I'm not losing any capital. I hope you guys are learning with me, okay? Putting us through this so we can learn. What are Ron's mistakes? He didn't scale out on that candle. There, that's it. Trade is break even, unfortunately. Sucks. So I just pissed away over 40 pips where I didn't take out 80%. And you see, guys, how things can happen, and then look, comes down. But I don't want to take a stop loss, so I'm okay with a break even, and sellers are still pushing this thing down. But if the volume closes back above here, that's where we could take that launch. So I place an alert at this yellow line and I revisit this. That's like scalping the markets. You can always see your points of interest where volume needs to close. You can see if we pushed through there, got rejected, volume closed below it. We came back up here. There was a nice push, but we didn't get that close right below. And then now it's resistance again for the push down. Guys, my only mistake when I review this was not the entry. I liked my, actually, I wanted to enter when it came in there right at that red line. I entered right there. The only fault on my trade here was not taking profit out when I was up 40 plus pips. That's it. Hopefully you guys can learn from me. How much money am I leaving on the table? It's just silly on my part. But I can stay with the volume. I see it came back down there, higher low. Watching it. If it closes back above here, I could take another buy and take it back up with the next leg. Oni, you were down $1,790 and you got back $1,000 from that. Wow. Okay, you're trading with some big sizing over there. $25 micros, holy shit. Yeah. Okay, so you see we're still getting good rejections. Buyers are still here, okay, but we just need that closing price. Everyone will say, Ron, maybe you went to a break even too fast. Okay, I understand, but then that should tell you, maybe don't go to a break even so fast. Keep your stop loss open a little bit. Give it some room to breathe, okay? I'm live educating, and I can see someone is trading with 25 micros. So, I want to make sure when I get into a trade, I properly risk and go to a break even, because I don't want to be sleeping at night knowing someone is copying my trades. Someone did copy my trades, and someone is using 25 micros. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I have a conscience. I don't want to be part of that. I know I shouldn't, because you're trading at your own risk, but I try to, trade with proper risk management as much as I can on here. Could I have held that? Yes, I could have been right back in the money, but I'm live educating. Can I jump back in? Absolutely. I can come right back in, but again, it's going to be where the volume closes. I see we pushed right back up. We don't, look at this, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Still, where's this volume closing? Still building, guys. We're still right back in that green zone. That's why I said it's so important where this volume relative to this white line. Like, will it close above or below? Here we go, 30 seconds to go. Man, it's a nice strong bullish pin bar. Okay, here's the close, guys. Are you watching right at this white line? Watch how technical it can get. Okay, so we got volume above. There, it just closed above. Okay, so it's opening. Is there any pullback? Just look for a small pullback. Okay, there's no pullback. It's still holding its opening balance. It came up, got rejected. Here it is coming down now. So it just lost its opening balance. Will it break and maybe trade into this previous candle? There's the shooting star. Let's see if it can grab a quick wick. Come into at least 50%. There it is. So I'm going to buy with that, okay? That quick little rejection, I'm going to try and buy. Again, I got my buy. I'll place my stop loss. I'm going to do a tight stop loss, okay? Just below that previous low right there, okay? So my stop is below right there. I just want to see if it will build up just this candle and just drive through this zone just to give me a few quick pips on a scalp. Up to there would be about 15 pips. To fill up to that next candle, about 20 pips. So I just want to see if it can continue to hold this white line and build just to go through here, okay? And I have a pretty tight stop loss. You notice I'm not putting my stop loss all the way below this green zone. It's just right below that previous candle at 840, okay? And just want to see if we can build up with this. You guys got me now scalping the markets. Okay, it's a good candle, good volume, but again, those tweezer top highs. We got to punch through this. We're getting rejected at this trend line. It's still having difficulty breaking above this. So can we build, and get our volume above here, back above here? If we can close above here, maybe we can get a second candle just punching right through here, okay? But you know, we got to continue. Holy shit, we're struggling with this resistance right here at 35.47 and 50 cents. Having a very difficult time breaking above this. Jonathan, you got in 15 pips. Welcome to the wild world of scalping. Okay. I'm going to try and stay in this trade without getting stopped out and watch where it closes. Watch where this thing builds. 3 minutes is a ton of time left on this, okay? Reason why I went in, I see a lot of rejections down here. Closed with some volume above. Had that bullish, nice, strong candle, but we got rejected at those highs. Now it might have to come back deep into depth of market, pick up buyers. But we do have a little bit of structure being built on these last 5 minute candles. Like right here, I got a body to body. I got the bodies to bodies, higher lows. I got a higher low testing 50% right now where my cursor is. So can we continue to hold this body, this candle previous to us without breaking? That's a good wick, good return. But sellers now coming all the way right back down. Okay, so we kind of engulfed that candle, but coming right back up. So that's a deeper pullback, but I'm looking at, we're holding this body and this body, okay? So again, look, it's a spin top candle, fighting buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers. Look where the volume is, it's right back to our white line. So candles, how they close. We got 2 more minutes to go into the close. We just flip back up blue, black. So it's an indecision candle. These are those shady candles. It's like flip-flop. It's like 50-50. It's like, but I got to hopefully stay in this with buyers continuing to ask to trade up here without getting taken out down in here. I want to see if the 5 minutes can build a little bit of structure at the bottom half of my green zone. Okay, it's like the bottom half. This is the top half, this is the bottom half. I see that the bottom half is building. Now we just need to complete the top half. It's not easy to scalp when there's high impact news too. And it's not easy, I'm telling you guys. This is not easy to scalp this type of volume, right? But I'm still following structure. Still following, volume closing. Now we're getting right back to those equal highs again. Are you guys watching this like I am? Okay, we have not broke those equal highs. Those are those ugly tweezer top highs. And every time we get up here, they're pushing it back down, but we keep building. So can we punch through here so that we can change this whole algorithm below us? Then we can get this block getting strength up here. This bottom half maybe starting to build up here to start asking to trade up here and get ourselves out of here. Okay, every time it comes up, those tweezer top highs are still holding, and sellers are keep dropping the price of this. Now we're closing the last 30 seconds. Let's watch who has momentum going into the close. Sorry guys, I gotta drink something. I'm losing my voice here. Watch going into the close, 20 seconds. Buyers are still here. Sellers stepping back in. Here's the close, 7 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1, close. Oh, that was a nasty drop. That's a, yeah, that wick we call fuckery. That's a fuckery wick right there. That's such a nasty move. The last second, we were up here and then they just slammed it right back down there, okay? That's bullshit in my opinion, okay? If you ask me, that's manipulation at its finest. We call it fuckery, okay? So there's nothing we can do about it, but that's the way how the sellers are playing the game today. Sold it right back down there. Now we're pushing back down. So can we get the higher low? We got to continue building. Okay. And notice the volume is right at this white line, man. So this is the battle zone right here. Yeah, we're close to a new hour too in 5 minutes. So get ready for some volatility on the new hourly exchange. Man. But I promise you guys, if we can break some highs here and get blue volume closing back above this green box going into the new hour, we could possibly see gold really make a move up here, okay? But the market makers are trying everything in their power to keep this down, okay? Because maybe they want to accumulate more and more and more and more down here so that there's a bigger move to the upside, okay? Think like a market maker. They're the ones that move the markets, right? And if they know that there's a shit ton of buyers waiting to get in here, they're going to do everything that they can to not let it break right now so that they can get all of the liquidity. They don't want to leave anything behind, okay? But if we start getting closing confirmations, then it might be confirmed time that we're going to continue to move to the upside. Look again, we came right back up. It's still getting rejected here, guys. This is a great educational session, in my opinion, guys. It's a lot going on here, but we still have not broke any lows down in here. We're still kind of holding. I'm in this with a really tight stop loss, to tell you the truth, okay? Gold stresses you out. Just get used to it. Get used to it. Everything will stress you out. NASDAQ will stress you out some days. Dow Jones will stress you out. Oil will stress you out. GBP USD will stress you out. Just pay attention to what the volume is doing. There's no need to get stressed out. If you're not over leveraged, you don't need to get stressed out. Yeah, it's annoying waiting for a move to happen. Like, believe me, I'm in buys, seen it 10 times, went up 40 pips, see it come back down. It's annoying. I agree, it's annoying. But when you're not over leveraged, you can still watch what's happening. There we go. Okay, that's a good return. Okay, so now we broke through all of that resistance. We created that new high. Now it's going to come down to closing price in 2 minutes. And we're also going into a new hour. So this is going to be so critical right now at this closing. Okay, I'm in the money, but I've been waiting so long now. I don't want to get out of this. I want to now go into the new hour with this momentum. Hopefully we get that close, what I'm talking about above here. DXY is dropping now, going into the new hour, while they accumulated the bottom on gold and now ready to maybe redistribute it to the upside. So that's a good lesson, guys. You guys were asking, why did it do this? That's why it did this. They picked up all of the big orders down here. A 1 minute 20 going into the close. Can we fill a few more of these wicks and continue? Maybe close near the high. New hourly candle might be an ignited bar breaking out of here. But I'm also looking towards this trend line. Can we get the volume back closing above the trend line? Okay, because they could do the same shit that they did to us right there, where it was up last second, then they dropped it down. They could do the same thing with this candle. Come up and in last seconds drop it right back down. Okay. So, you know, that's why it's so important watching the closing price. We're continuing to push. We're asking to trade near the highs. That's good. That's great. Okay. So from that re-entry, it's 15 pips right now. But let's see if we can get up to that red line with this momentum and maybe pick ourselves up another 30 pips up here. "30 seconds going to close, like a basketball game. This is the shot clock. Here we go to 24-second shot clock. Who's going to close it out? Do we have any bodies of volume that we need to look at? Yes. Right over here. Where's my cut tool? Right there. That body right there. Because anything above us are just wicks. There's the volume. Okay. Can we punch and break and close above here? Maybe we can turn this red line into support going forward. There it is. We just tapped into it. Okay. Can we break through this? Holy shit, guys. Here it is. 3, 2, 1, close. No wick. Ignited bearish drop. Motherfuckers. Oh, these 50% of that candle, okay, is right there. Quick return. Let's flip this candle now, and we have no wick. So if we can flip this candle, we're driving. But you see how 9 a.m. fuckery time, hourly exchange coming back down. They need more liquidity. They don't have enough yet. They need more. Okay. Hopefully they got enough. And then we can flip this candle and continue to drive. Oh, gold. Man, gold really tests you. Do you know how many times I wanted to punch my monitor right now? But I gotta stay cool here. It's nasty, guys. Okay, look at this shit. It's unbelievable what they do. It's going into 9 a.m. Okay, and you see how we closed, right? Don't get me started with this. Okay, don't get me started with this, because I'm just going to get upset on this call. Look at how we closed right at the high, at that body to body. Then they open it up. You're telling me this couldn't open up and just take one tick out of here? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. I don't care if YouTube shuts me down right now. I really don't give a fuck. This is all bullshit. All brokers are all bullshit. All prop firms are all bullshit. This is all manipulated garbage. Okay? There's no way that we can close right at the high and not even take out one tick at 9 a.m. Bullshit. Okay? That's as manipulated as it gets, guys. I'm sorry. That's why sometimes you got to trade with clockwork at the time. So now I'm going to get stopped out right below there. And then it will possibly return back up at a later time. But man, that's it. Like, it's disgusting, guys. I'll let you know as soon as they tap me out. I'm still in it. They haven't tapped me out. Still holding it. You can see the wick returning back up. They missed me by a couple ticks. It's gross, guys. It's gross. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. If you guys don't see us on YouTube tomorrow, now I know why they got their strikes on us. I'm exposing the game. Okay, I'm still in. They haven't tapped me out. Still in it. There's still a good return wick. Okay, I got stopped out right there. Okay. Man. Yeah, liquidity grab. I might be that liquidity. That's disgusting, guys. Okay, so let's get off gold right now. Let's go check out our indices and cool off a little bit. Unbelievable. Man, that's shit. Whew, man, like, guys, like, just look at that. Like, are you guys not seeing what I'm seeing, or am I the only one that sees this on an everyday basis? The way how we closed right at the highest point. Like, if you would just measure the range of that candle, just measure the range. Now I'm measuring the range, not the body. From the lowest point, that's 25 pips. okay? And you're telling me when we opened at 9 a.m., we couldn't even, with no wick, we closed right at the high. It couldn't move 1 or 2 pips right up there, even to fill that. So they just hammered it down right at 9 a.m., okay? I'm sorry, guys, but sometimes there's nothing we can do about that. That's just, I have no control about that. And again, I didn't go to a break even. I had my open stop loss and I got stopped out. But that's the nature of the game. I'm done with gold for now. Let's go see what our indices, holy shit. And now let's see what NASDAQ is doing. Look at NASDAQ, okay? So we're just going to bring our trend line down. We are barcoding at its finest. Trap all of this garbage if you guys want. It's showing bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, okay? I'm not trading this garbage after I saw what gold is doing. Possibly wait for Wall Street now. Let's do a little analysis on US30, get us ready. Because I know some of you guys maybe need to take a break, go to the washrooms, grab a drink, do what you guys got to do. Let me do a top down on Dow, and we'll get right back into everything, okay? So key zones to look at, that was resistance, double top, all-time high supply, red box, stretch it into the future. I see we came in there a third time back down, fourth time back down. Now I see we have that big Powell Friday candle, Jackson Hole Symposium, close above. We go green zone now, and now stretch into the future. I can see we traded into this when Tuesday of this week, yesterday, and look at our daily candle. Is our daily candle even alive? Does it even have a pulse on it? Like, look at it. This is our daily candle. Unbelievable, okay? So it's coiled up big time, ready to maybe redistribute during Wall Street. Will it go to 50% of that bearish candle, or are we driving back down to these lows right into 50% of this zone? Okay, so watch what I'm going to do here. So we've got our green zone, stretch it into the future. Okay, do we have all-time highs? Yes. Can we put orange line at the all-time high? Yes. 45,760. Can I use my orange line as a point of interest and bring it down to those most recent bodies to find my zone of supply? Yes, right there, okay? Can I make it red to represent sellers? Yes. Go red, and then get in the habit of stretching into the future. Then I can see we traded in there Thursday, back down. We came in there Monday to start the week on the US bank holiday, and since then, we're coming down, okay? Do we have a critical point of interest where we pivoted right there? Yes. Make sure we have a yellow line right here. Okay, sorry guys, yellow line. And do we have a big bearish candle coming down on Tuesday? Yes. Okay, closing below the structure? Yes, check mark, check mark. Can we figure out 50% of a point of control of this big bearish volume? I think we can do that as well. Let's grab a yellow line to figure out exactly where 0.5 is. It's right there. Can we find our bearish control zone of that candle? Yes, we can. Can we stretch it into the future? Absolutely. Okay, so we got that. Okay, do I see a lower high and a lower high? Yes, I do. Do I see how low we push down to? Right in here. Guys, let me just show you. I'm not even looking at the wicks now. I'm just going to go from the green zone and show you. Grab your Fibonacci tool and measure the entire green zone. Figure out where 50% is. Right there. Draw a yellow line. Okay, you can see how close we were to coming into 50% of this green zone. Now, we also have a point of control of the green zone. I'm going to blow your guys' minds now. Okay, right there to the 618. You see how I have a bullish point of control inside here. So that's still holding good support. Buyers are still here. I can see how we traded in here now Tuesday, back up. We came in here yesterday, back up. We came down today. Now we got to monitor today's daily candle. Let's see the open close. Okay, so yesterday was initially bullish, got rejected, lower high, came back down, all the way down, higher low in that green zone, back up, it closed right there. Do we see where we closed and where we opened? Yes, right there, okay, at 208, 45,208. There was no gap down, no gap ups. When we closed, when we opened, we were initially bearish today. We've already printed our low of the day so far. It's right there with a purple line. And we came back up to our opening balance. The buyers took over the volume. They continued to, this was a blue candle coming all the way up to there where we've printed our high of the day so far. Still less than 8 hours to go on this candle. Lots can happen. We've been rejected, so it's coming right back down. We have a small spin top daily candle consolidating. Will they redistribute this volume back up to this red box today in Wall Street, or will it come all the way down? We take out our low and come trade down into here today, possibly. Okay. Now, when we're looking at overall kind of pattern recognition, I still see we're still holding bullish volume. Higher low. Maybe we're going to move back up to the upside and test today's high and trade up here. Let's look at the 4 hours. Maybe we can see how volume is coming from London now. Okay, so there was that big move Friday when Powell was speaking. Retracement back down. We came back up. 2 tops, back down. Came up 3 tops, lower highs. Continuing to diverge away from the all-time high supply. We pushed all the way down Tuesday. And then it started, look at the 4-hour volume. It's horrible, if you ask me. Like, if this was 5-minute candles, this is tough to trade. 4 hours came down, back up, down, all the way down, back up. So when did we come back up? Like, look at our 4-hour volume. It's basically non-existent, okay? Because I think Wall Street is waiting for tomorrow's NFP. You know, right now, just both buyers and sellers are accumulating when they report the jobs numbers tomorrow, okay? And then that will dictate the move, whether we continue to move back up on NASDAQ. We've got a lot of room to move back up, but we have that, there's that block in the market. And then we also, sellers could move it all the way back down into here, okay? And then we're trading in these green blocks. There's nothing to see here on the 4 hours, okay? So let's go into the 1 hour, maybe get a little, wow, look at the hourly. Holy shit. Like this hurts my eyes looking at this, where it's bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. It's in an accumulation phase. Let's stay away from this. If we're looking to scalp anything, maybe let's just figure out where there is maybe, you know, some hourly resistance, a white line right there. There's a body to body, a body to body, a body, body. Then I got a wick, a wick, a wick, and an impulse, impulse. If I start to see some hourly or 15-minute volume or 5-minute volume closing above this line, look at the line, 45,250 on the dot. Maybe we can close above it, retest this, fill our wicks to the high and break out. But it's resistance, okay? So maybe it could be coiling up and then they're going to elevator it back down, okay? That's a possibility. Could happen. Let's see how it looks on the 5 minutes. Nothing special going on in 5 minutes, okay? We just had this double top up here where it came up near the highest point of the day, back down, came up again, back down. So we can see now at the highest point of the day, the 5 minutes did create a double top. Now we can use the purple line representing the highest point of the day and bring it down to those bodies. There's our red zone. We stretch it into the future. So if we revisit this during Wall Street, might be a triple top and protecting that high of the day, and then they drop it back down. However, if volume breaks above here, maybe close above, we make it green, we might be shooting back up to that daily point of interest right up there, okay? So we'll watch that going into Wall Street. And also we got some good 5-minute support in the market that's being built just below this daily point of interest, okay? Where would I draw my zone? Maybe, let's be on the safe side, okay? Because we're going to get a big influx of volume. I like this, where it was that double bottom resistance, 50% of that candle. We're holding. So I'm going to create my, my zone right there. Grab all of that stuff. Make it green. Make trading simple and easy. And we can see it's making a higher low, a higher low. We haven't transacted back in this green box. We were holding there. It's still representing. There's a nice, beautiful double bottom pronounced. Volume closing above. If I was to cut that candle in half, it's right there. It was prior resistance right there. And now I can still see how it's holding good support. So we've kind of got our zones on the 5 minutes. We got our red box at the daily high. This is how it's trading now. Going into Wall Street in the next, what do we got, 17, 18 minutes. I don't want to trade this garbage. We'll wait for Wall Street, okay? Let's add our daily bar indicator. It's not much going on the daily. We know our opening price. We came down, made a low, came all the way back up right up there. 2 tops on the 5 minutes, got rejected back down. This is where we are going into Wall Street. Adding a 9 EMA, we're right at it, and our 200 is right here. Anytime the 9 and the 200 are together, you're going to have choppy trading volume, okay? I don't recommend trading this right now. Let's wait for Wall Street, in my opinion. Some of you guys might already be in a trade. That's fantastic. Just please manage it, okay? As we get closer to Wall Street. NASDAQ is breaking down. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. All of this was kind of a bear flag, closed below, continued to drop down. If it comes back down to here, you know, if you're in that selling, Also coming down to the opening balance when the body of the candle opens, and there could be some buyers waiting down there. So if you got a nice strong sell, maybe you can realize a little bit of profit down in that green zone if it does come in there, okay? Because the market could be protecting itself from breaking to the low of the day, okay? Those initial buyers could be pending in there to add another position. But we could also flip the daily candle, okay? So just as I'm just showing some guidance, guys. Just keep an eye if it comes in there, okay? We'll come back to these. Gold, holy shit. Gold, guys, don't get me started with gold. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we broke this, you know, deeper discounts are better, right? So it came deeper, didn't transact in here, came right back up, closed. Now we're coming right back. So again, we had that little fuckery candle at 9 a.m. when we were in that buy, and then it came all the way down, you know, liquidated a lot of buyers, gathered all of that volume, and could be coming right back up. We're still trading in the green zone. Look at what we're flirting with, that white line. Again, is it going to close above or below? If we start getting volume closing above here, we could have that continuation to the upside. However, there's still sellers in the market. This is that battleground zone right here. It's tough, guys. And then when I'm not in a trade, I clean up the charts. You know, I clean up a little bit. Guys, 400 viewers. If we can hit the like on YouTube, we'd appreciate it. And if you guys subscribe to the channel, our goal today is to get this up to 750, 83,750. We want to go to that new psychological 750. We're learning about resistance in YouTube as well. So again, if we earn your subscribe, we want to earn it, okay? So you're putting us to work here on a daily basis. We're working for you guys to get that subscribe, to get your like, and we do appreciate it. Guys, I'm going to check the likes on YouTube. If we do have over 300 likes, we said from the start of the call, we'll be here tomorrow to do a live NFP with you guys. Let's take a look. We are at 350 likes, so thank you guys so much. We appreciate it, guys. We will be here tomorrow with you guys, 6 to 10 a.m. For NFP. Appreciate it, guys. 350 likes is amazing, guys. That's good. We had, like, I believe 400 viewers, and we got 350 likes. So thank you, guys. It shows SST that you guys are appreciating what we do here, and hopefully you guys are learning. Okay, thank you. And you guys are part of the growth of YouTube, so we thank you guys. So it's coming right back up, okay? But guys, with all of this craziness, do you guys understand why gold came down here? When, you know, like, remember what I was saying? The news, the numbers that came out, okay, if we just dissect everything, today's news was not the greatest, okay? It wasn't great. There was a lot of red. Unemployment claims were red. Revised non-farm payroll came out red. Revised unit labor costs, red. Trade balance, a bigger negative number, you know, not the greatest for the US dollar, correct? But then we saw US dollar spike with this negative news. Then we asked, why is gold not going up, right? So you see how it had to come back down. It came back down, right? As the DXY was going up, it was getting strong. Gold was coming down, but nothing really broke down, okay? It came down to hit all the pending orders. Remember, in order to move gold or any index for the matter, you need volume. You can't move gold or NASDAQ or US30 or S&P 500 when you don't have volume. Otherwise, we're just going to be watching candles trading sideways all day, okay? So they came down here for a specific reason. It wasn't to break gold down and, you know, crash or sell gold. It was to come down here. Remember, we haven't retested this block. Remember, it was resistance right there, and we kind of broke out, and it never retraced back down. But there was the first retracement, picked up all those pending orders. It came in there a second time, picked them more up. It came in there a third time. Then it finally broke and came, liquidated everything below here. And look at where we're trading at right now. We're back above here. And then this is where now they can start to redistribute to the upside after they picked up all of the volume. And now, I told you, when the US dollar will start to it moves up for a reason. And now you're starting to see weakness on the US dollar. And now gold has accumulated all of the volume, and now they're redistributing it to, you just got to be patient for this shit. Just when you're trading news, you got to understand that sometimes a move doesn't always correlate with the numbers that the news releases. It might, how Tammy said it, it might factor that in at a later time. But the market needs to do what it needs to do. Markets are engineered. Markets are created by market makers. They engineer the volume. Okay, so this was called engineering. They came down here, they engineered all of these orders to continue to move it higher, right? Sometimes it needs to be done. You guys are not only traders, you guys got to learn how to be an engineer, okay? All of these moves, all of these candles are engineered. This candle where I got really pissed off, I told you, it was an engineered move. I told you guys, I've said this on daily candles, I've said this on 1 minute candles, I've said this all day, every day. If you guys tune in, you know what I'm talking about. For those that are new here, you're maybe saying this guy's just rambling. I don't care what you guys think of me. I'm telling you guys the honest to God truth. There's no way, ask yourself, how did we come up there, close at the highest point of this candle, and it opened at 9 a.m., a new hourly switch up, and we didn't even get one tick. Not even one tick. I'm not asking for a 100 pip move. I'm asking just to create a wick on a candle. We had absolutely no wick on our previous candle. They engineered this candle. They opened it bearish ignited so that they could come all the way down, trigger people's stop losses, trigger pending orders. Once they got the fill, now they're coming all the way right back up. And you see how it broke above there now? And now we're testing our next resistance, okay? Welcome to the world of learning how to trade. You guys got to learn this, okay? And I don't care if you guys are swing traders. I don't care if you guys are investors. You're going to see daily candle that will close right at the highest point, and then the next daily candle just drop. And you're going to be scratching your head and say, oh, we had a 350 pip candle. It closed right at the high, and the next day they just dropped it, okay? You got to understand why they're doing that. It's an engineered move. The more you understand about engineering the markets, the better you will get, okay? So you see now, they grabbed everything. We still didn't really break any structure. Yeah, it came down, but it had to come back down and retest this, right? So look how long it took to come back down there, almost 1 hour, okay? But that's what I'm saying. If you're waiting with pending orders and you got filled, you guys are laughing right now. You guys are in the money, right? So sometimes you got to be patient. I showed you guys a lot of scalping today. I showed you guys a lot of quick scalping. But if you guys are patient, just right in there, in that block, in this block, use your alert system, okay? Now we could be pushing. Now they're redistributing all of the volume. Now we're filling up imbalances above us, okay? And look at DXY now, it's dropping, okay? So guys, lots of lessons on today's call. Hopefully, you guys are learning. You guys are learning. I know this is not easy. It's not easy. Believe me, it's not easy. But once you start to get this, you're going to start to feel more comfortable with what's going on. And also placing your stop loss, give it some room to breathe. Okay, you don't have to go directly to a break even as fast as I do, but you know, just place your stop loss below identified zones without over leveraging your account. Okay, because if it comes down, you're not panicking. Then you're trusting your analysis. Rob, this is much easier when you swing trade. Yeah, because you're giving it more room to breathe. I don't think when you're swing trading, you're watching it how I'm watching it every single minute, every single 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Like if I placed my buy and I had my stop loss, I gave it more room to breathe and I walked away from the computer, I didn't have to watch all of this shit. And then now I come back and I say, oh, I'm back in the money. Great. You know? So, but we watch every single physical candle open and close. And when I saw that 9 a.m. exchange, I was like, if I was not at my computer and I gave it room to breathe, I probably wouldn't have witnessed that. But you see, when you stick with every single candle, you're learning what this market is doing, okay? So I'm going to move off of gold, okay? If you guys are in this, look at the daily candle. It could possibly flip back up bullish and gold could continue to drive. It's making higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. That's a new higher high. That's a higher lows, and we got possibly a new higher high. But remember this red zone that I said right up there, okay? If it travels all the way up there, that 3555 area. And then your next one is the right there where we opened today, 3558, okay? Beautiful, guys. If you guys are in this, congrats, okay? For real. Good job, guys. Okay, so gold is moving, okay? If you give it the allotted stop loss, you could be going with it. So we're going to stick with indices now, going into Wall Street in the next 6-7 minutes. You guys have any questions about anything prior to going into Wall Street? Can you guys see US 30 and NASDAQ okay? Yeah. Guys, don't forget 10 a.m. we have a big red folder as well, okay? So we're going to have Wall Street, 9:30. 9:45, okay, it's low impact. I'm not really concerned about this folder. This is the one I'm concerned about, 10 a.m. This is big one. This is a red high impact folder at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. is an important hourly candle because it also represents a 4-hour candle on most securities we trade. Okay, so just that time alone, 10 a.m. is a big candle. That 6 to 10, 2 to 6 is the European 4-hour candle. Then we got 6 to 10. So this is the opening of a new 4-hour candle for most securities. Now you factor in high impact news that can affect the US dollar. This is ISM services. Quickly, what is it? It's the Institute of Supply Management. It's a level of diffusion index based on surveyed purchasing managers, excluding the manufacturing industry. Okay, so just real quickly, above 50 indicates industry expansion. So let's use that psychological 50. If anything below 50 is telling us that the industry is contracting or shrinking. Okay, and you can see what they're forecasting. They're forecasting above 50.9. So that's above from last month's ISM services. So we'll see what that actual number is, and we'll see how markets react to this. Okay, but anytime there's a high impact folder, we could get a lot of volatility. So please be careful when you're trading at that time. If you're in a trade coming out of Wall Street, or if you're looking to take a trade, just be careful. We've got 4 more minutes to go. Okay, so now I'm switching off of gold. I'm going to US 30. Wow, gold is making its move. Very nice, okay? So right up there, guys, if it gets up, taps into that box, okay? Congratulations to those that, stuck with gold, didn't give up on the gold buy. I know it kind of got scary down there, but everything, still held up, okay? Sean, you hit your daily goal. Congrats, bro. I know Sean, how hard you've been working at it, man. It's well deserved. Congratulations, big man. Now, Sean, just walk away from the markets. Don't even worry about Wall Street. Don't even worry about 10 a.m. Just if you hit your daily goal, that's it. You did your job. Clock in, clock out. Just like a job. Clock in, clock out. Get out of here. I respect you. I love you, but that's enough. Yeah, you, me. I know. Believe me, when I figured this game out too, you know how hard it is for me to walk away from the markets? I used to scalp the markets, guys. I'm telling you, 24 hours a day. You can ask my wife. You can ask my kids. I was trading literally 24 hours a day. Grind mode. And now I can trade for an hour, 2 hours a day, hit my daily goal, and go enjoy the rest of my day. Okay? I want you guys to get that feeling as well. You guys don't need to be staring at charts all day. Hit your daily goal like a robot. Get out. It's a job. It's a job. This is not vacation for us. It's a job. Come in, clock out when you hit your daily goal. Same thing too if you hit your daily loss. I don't want to make this always about everyone is hitting their daily goals and it's all rainbows and unicorns here. I want to also illustrate that some of you guys, when you hit your daily loss, a nice daily loss of like 0.5%, 1%, you walk away from the markets. And then you don't come back and revenge trade. You don't come back and throw last week's profits away. You walk away and you analyze, you review your trades. Why did you lose 3 trades? There's got to be a reason. We got to learn from it, okay? That's your learning time. And then come back a new day, fresh. Walk away. We take losing days and we have winning days. Welcome to the world of trading. If you think traders are perfect just because they're on YouTube and they got majestic hair, it doesn't mean that they're just 100% traders every single day, okay? I take losses just like you do, but I know how to control my losses now. I've learned how to walk away when I'm pissed off. Those are things I didn't know when I was learning to trade back in the day. And I hope you guys are learning from us at SST here. Okay. We got another minute 40 to go into Wall Street market open. You're going to see some craziness. You're going to see maybe a big drop, a big bearish candle, or you're going to see a big pump in a candle. But again, it might be the first 10 seconds. If you're already in a trade, you might benefit from it. But there's other traders who are waiting for the first 5 minutes. Okay. So I will be waiting. I'm telling you guys ahead of time. No matter what, if I see a big, strong bullish candle or bearish candle, I'm waiting for the full 5 minutes, 300 seconds for that candle to close. And then I can base my analysis as how high it went, how low it went, a point of control, where it closed, who had momentum in that candle, how did it close, and take me on to the next candle, okay? If you guys are trading it, just proper risk management, okay? If I go down to the 1 minutes, I can trade the 1 minutes, but that's not what we're doing on today's call. We're going to stick with these fives. Here we go. 50 seconds. And guys, again, I'm going to be focusing on NASDAQ and US30. Gold is making its move, but guys, like it tapped right into that red box and pushing down. I don't want to be that guy that said, I told you. Or where did I get that red box? I clearly explained it for 30 minutes prior to coming in there, okay? It's a good time to realize some profit up there, especially going into volatility. Okay, so look at NASDAQ building its way back up. Will it break that trend line? Yes, it could possibly. US30 is still wishy-washy inside here. 15 seconds go. Good luck to everyone. Trade smart, guys. Here we go. I know it looks like to take a trade right away. It's like, look at, see that? Holy shit, okay? Okay, but it happens. It happens. That's the first 5 seconds. 5 seconds. If you're in a buy, you've probably benefited from that. But I'm not in a buy. Oh my God, American Eagle is up 32%. American Eagle, Sydney Sweeney is up 32 effing percent. Can you believe that? Holy shit. I got call options on that. I don't even want to tell you guys my percentage gains on that because no one will believe me. No one will believe me. It's ridiculous. Okay, so we tagged a red box. They're pushing it right back down. You see how it came right up to there and they're pushing it right back down. So good jeans, I guess, Tammy. I guess it's good quality. Good quality. They use good quality denim. Or it's just a pump and a dump. Man, it's unbelievable what you can do in these markets today. You get a spokesperson, it attracts eyes, remember, attracts volume, and Donald Trump says something about it, and boom, you want to be on top of the game. Okay, wow, okay, look at, now we got volatility, guys. Like, how are you trading this? It moved up bullish right at the open, coming down deep down bearish in this. So again, I told you guys, I don't want to participate in this. I'm waiting for the full 5 minute bar to close. Yes, I know I'm missing out on a possible trade, but that's not how you want to trade market open unless you got some sort of analysis yourself. Because I could say the same thing. If you sold that, it did come down. Did you do anything? If you didn't, it's coming right back up. You're in drawdown. Same thing when it opened. If you didn't do anything, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Then it came down. Did you do anything? No, then you would have been in drawdown. And you have to have a substantial stop loss to make up for that. So I'm sorry, guys. I don't trade with this would have, should have, could have done. I trade confirmations. I got to wait for this full 5 minute candle close. Okay, and these are not the same index. Okay, I get this a lot. Why is NASDAQ moving up when US30 is moving down? Completely different. Remember, NASDAQ is more tech correlated. Okay, a lot of big tech companies. US30 is Dow Jones Industrials. It's a industrial basket case of everything. You got pharmaceuticals, health sector. You have oil and energy. You got financial banks in here. You have big box retail stores. You have it's it's a basket case of basically everything that US. It's kind of a snapshot of the US complete economy. NASDAQ is more tech. Okay, so tech is maybe moving up right now while this is selling off over here. Okay. Okay, so let's follow NASDAQ. We're breaking real nice and bullish. They took out the lows. Okay, so coming right back up. This was our prior resistance that it could not break above. We have not seen a candle close above here. Okay, so we're trading right in it. Will this be the first 5-minute candle that closes above here? We're not too far away from the high of the day. Will it break the high of the day? Maybe we'll have to find a pullback buy out of here. Okay, so when this bar closes, we'll figure out again, where's the bullish point of control if it closes strong, right? Same with US30. If it closes all the way below here, we could find the bearish point of control. See how they're moving opposite direction right now, okay? One is very bullish, the other one is very bearish right now. Dow Jones could be affected by the news. Okay, a lot of it, the industrial, manufacturing, those numbers that came out, that affects Dow Jones. Not so much affecting NASDAQ. Remember, this is tech, more so tech. US30 could be more affected by all of our news that we had, the trade balance, ADP non-farm employment, ISM services, all of these things could be factored in the Dow Jones right now. Wow, okay, so NASDAQ is very nice. Okay, so that's the highest point of the day, that purple line. Can it pierce for a new daily high? This candle's closing right now. So real quickly, holy wow, close right at the highest point. Any pullbacks, okay? So I'm looking for 50% if it eventually comes back down in here today. Okay, so you see how that yellow line is right in there? This red zone 2 is green. Guys, it's a fast moving market. I can't keep up with everything. You know how I'm trying to do all these boxes? But right there, if you notice, it closed right at the high, small wick, retest, pop. Like that's a quick little scalp if you guys want to scalp. But if you're waiting for pullbacks right here, and this is the bigger one, this zone right in here. Sorry, I just got to see, did I do that one because I was rushing? Oh, sorry, I put it at 70. My apologies. Right up there. Okay, and then when you know what you're looking for, it closed right at the high, low wick. It opened as soon as it pops. Sometimes for a quick scalper, that's all they're looking for, and that's about 15 pips and drop down. Okay, but more so, let's look for pullback buys somewhere around here. Okay, where's the best? The best is to buy in Wall Street's point of control. Are we going to get it? I don't know. Will it come back down here eventually, sometime today? Possibly, but the market still might want to go without retracing back down in here. Okay, it doesn't hurt to place an alert in there. If it comes back in half an hour, 1 hour from now, you can get alerted, because I guarantee you there's a lot of buyers who wanted to buy that missed out on that move, and now they're positioning themselves in here. Now the market could be coming down to possibly transact in here. Now look at it, how it's coming down in. Okay, with the first zone, will it hold? Will it come down deeper? 3 more minutes to go on this candle. Dow Jones broke through here, coming back up. Okay, it's still in this consolidated area. The daily candle is still really rather small, building on Dow. And we have news coming at 9:45 and at 10 a.m. Wow, look at Dow creeping all the way right back up. Okay, so there's coming deep right in there. Okay, so look at the wick so far. Okay, so one more time. Okay, if it comes back up, might be looking to buy this. Okay, tapped right in there. Okay, I'm buying. I'm going to go in a buy on NASDAQ. Kind of tapped in there, came back up. I got to now just place my stop loss, okay? So I want to give it some room to breathe, but I don't want to be too, like right there. I'm going to, below the opening candle, okay? So I'm going to buy on NASDAQ. It tapped into this zone, giving it some room to breathe if it needs to come a little deeper at that yellow line, okay? And I'm looking to turn it back up to, possibly back up to there, okay? So I'm in a NASDAQ buy, testing this block. You know, it's kind of like having a pending order in there that gets activated. I didn't wait for the candle bar to close, but now it came back down to a deeper location, point of interest, yellow line. Okay, so now can we get that return back above? Gold is pumping. Okay, I'll let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out down here. I'm still in it. I will verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. Still in it, still holding it. Seeing how deep this wick can go down in here. I placed my stop loss below the opening price. Okay. Still in it, still in it. It's going to close in 30 seconds. I'm still in it. Haven't been stopped out. I will verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. Okay, did they come deep down in there to grab that liquidity? Possibly. Okay, where will it close? Can we close back above this yellow line? If it closes below this green zone, unfortunately, I got to go green to red, you know, and then they could definitely continue to push it down one more bar. And we do have news coming up, but I'm still in this. Have not been stopped out as of yet. Okay, so it did close below this green zone. Unfortunately, we got to make it red right now. It sucks when you're in a buy and you got to flip a zone. Okay, so it's inverted now. You know, we could be buying into that and then they push it right back down. Okay, but again, can buyers ask to trade above here? Can we get that closing? Can we invert it green again? So we came in here, rejected back down, pushing down again, building. We got to continue to ask to trade in here. Hopefully, we can get the buyers asking here at 475. Looks like US30 wants to make a move coming out of here. Watch for closing volume above there too. If it closes above, you know, US30 is making a daily high move as well. If it closes above, you convert that green, look for pullbacks off of there and continue driving, okay? Let's see if NASDAQ can continue build itself back up over here. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. It's coming down there. Holy, it's crazy down there. There's a lot of crazy action down there. Okay, I'm stopped out. Oh, fuck. Looks like maybe a high of day fake out. Watch for US32. Could be a high of day fake out. Okay, guys, just be careful. Like mimic what NASDAQ did. Took out the high and dropping. Same with US30. A little lagging. Took out the high. If it closes down here, it could have a lag coming back down. Okay, so be careful here. Let's watch the close. Okay, it looks like they faked out the daily high and bringing it right back down. Okay, I don't like trading now. All this sideways stuff and going into news. It's oh man, this is so nasty, this volume. Gold tapped into yellow line and returning back down. Please tell me you guys did something on the gold buys. This volume sucks. And I don't want to trade candle by candle now, okay? You know, I don't want to just go and start, you know, buying and selling. I don't want to do that. That's what the market wants. It wants us to engage in trading like that. I don't want to do that. Okay, so I'm going to continue to wait. This block is inverted now. You know, I could be selling off of this thing, but I want to see now, can they take out this and come down, trade near the low of the day? Because if they don't break here, it's still building its way back up, possibly. Not the greatest of opens. Not the greatest. Could I have given it more room to breathe? Absolutely, I could have. But I gave it more than enough room to breathe. Remember, I bought in that where it was the green zone. I waited for that patient pullback at that point of control, and I put my stop loss below the opening bar right here at 925. Okay, so right here at 930. I could have put my stop loss down there, but it's not that coulda, woulda, shoulda game. I gave it enough room to breathe at that opening balance. The buyers were not there to protect it. I don't want to be part of that trade anymore. If they're not there, I don't want to be there. Okay, because I know that sellers are strong. You're buying gold, guys? Yeah, let it come in here. But again, for the buyers of gold, we traded in that red box, came down, but it tapped that yellow line. Okay, that was the opening day's price, 3558. Again, if you don't do anything there, sellers are coming right into the market now and pushing it down. So, like look at US30 driving right up to this yellow line. Where did we get that yellow line from? We got it when we did our daily analysis, right? So if it taps in there and you guys are in buys, please at least manage your risk, guys. If you can take your stop loss, go to break even, take some partials, because this is a significant line here. Is NASDAQ building right back up? Possibly, but I'm going to let it build its way back up. Okay, so it did close right there. This red zone, please, if you guys can, go to represent it as a buying zone. If it pulls back, if you're in buys, if we're looking to buy a pullback on on US30, possibly in here. Yesterday's high. Yeah, Reese, you got it. Yeah, so continue to come down. 50% is exactly our block right here. Okay, so it's got a shallow pullback, filling the wick. Maybe it wants to continue to drive. NASDAQ, okay, so I had my stop loss, got triggered, coming right back up. Do I just want to buy this candle? You could, but then you're buying it again right into this red zone, and then they can push it down. Maybe I want to see that the buyers can confirm close above here, then I can maybe catch a pullback buy while this zone repopulates with pending orders, okay? I'm sticking with the volume, but I don't want to trade this this sideways garbage. So I'll wait for it. I'll wait for buyers to prove to me they can close above here, because as it's coming in here, sellers are here, and they could push this down. Okay, look at US30 approaching right back down in here, possibly retesting. We had news just released. Okay, 945 news. Final services 54.5. So a lot of negative numbers are coming out in the US this morning. And then we're going to have the final one, the big one, ISM services, in the next 15 minutes. Okay, so there's a lot of news coming out. Okay, so you see what I mean? It came right in there again, and they rejected it back down. So sellers are still present. That's why I said I don't want to look for a buy unless buyers can prove to me they can close above this block, and I can flip it green, repopulate it with buyers, and then maybe buy a pullback. Because right now we're trading right in here, and they're rejecting it right back down. Okay, we maybe just got to wait a few more minutes. And these EMAs are all over the place right now. When there's volatility like this, see how the 9 spikes here and there. That's why I don't really watch these EMAs for anything. I watch price action. Okay, so NASDAQ is building its way back up there again. It's going to close now in 2.5 minutes. We're at the halfway closing price. So guys, with this news, if this ISM services, this big high impact one, if it comes out with a good green number, like for example, if it's 51.5, it'll come out green. It could negate all of these other folders because this is the high impact one. It could really negate all of these, right? So that's why this one is high impact at 10 a.m. Just let's be careful trading into this, okay? I'm telling you guys, if this comes out green, just beats this forecast by just a little bit, this green number could negate everything, all of these negative numbers. But if this thing comes out negative, it could be detrimental for the US dollar and cause a weak US dollar, gold to continue to move, and markets to sell off, okay? So that's just my personal opinion. And if you got gold retracing back down, again, it might come down deep down into these buying levels, and we see what that folder does, okay? Look at there, they came right in, shooting star, pushing all the way right back down. So this is still red zone. With US 30, it's retesting here. It might close below here and have one leg pushing back down. Okay, 1 more minute to go into the close. Get ready, guys. I really want to see if NASDAQ will take out this block, maybe come down to the lowest point of the day. Man, Wall Street is a mess right now, okay? Wall Street is a mess. But just stay with me, guys. You know, I know it's frustrating watching this shit, but just let's continue to stay watching this stuff. We're about 10 minutes away from that high impact news. Okay, so US 30 came in there, got it rejected back out, closing in 30 seconds. Will the sellers bring it back down in there? Will the buyers close it near the high? Will we get one more push to the upside? NASDAQ got rejected, came all the way down, still holding a lot of wicks down in this location at around 420, 425, holding a lot of support down in here. Red, everything is dumping, including crypto. Yeah, crypto's not like real safe haven anymore. When there's a lot of indecision in the markets, crypto is not the big holds right now. Crypto had its moment. Now it needs to retrace down. Okay, so like there was a nice return out of that zone, came back up, next candle opened bullish, but didn't even reach to break those points of interest, could come back all the way back down. Okay, so we're consolidating near the highest point of the day, still holding this. NASDAQ still building. Okay, anytime you're trading in here, yes, it could go up. You could go up 10, 20, 30 pips. They could bring it right back down. You could go in and sell 10, 20, 30 pips, and then they go right back up. So if you're not scalping like inside here, I would recommend that we stay away from trading this at the moment, okay? Unless you're scalping individual candles and you know how to pip and dip out of these. Otherwise, I would stay out of this for now until we get more confirmations that buyers are strong above here, or are sellers still holding this and going to retrace this thing back down. American Eagle, $18 a share, 32 bucks. Wow, incredible. Gold back in our green box, guys. If you guys are looking to buy gold, you know, maybe got to let it retrace into these zones if you're bullish on gold, okay? And again, guys, when you're in buys, you know, came right up to that perfect yellow line. You don't do anything, markets can turn back down, okay? Get used to this, okay? And remember, guys, tomorrow we have NFP. So please, guys, don't do anything crazy this afternoon. If it's not a good trading volume, stay away, stay away. Don't over leverage. Don't do anything silly. Tomorrow we'll finish off the week, get the NFP out of the way, and then we'll have a little bit of news leading into our FOMC. And that's going to be a big event coming up. That might be our first rate cut in the U.S. In a long time. And that could really ignite the markets. Okay, and that could really pump up Donald Trump with that interest rate cut. He's got to refinance $7 trillion, $8 trillion of debt coming up soon. He wants to refinance at a lower interest rate. Okay, just like us. If you got a mortgage renewal coming up, you want to get the best interest rate possible, right? But you and I can't force the Fed to lower the interest rates. We don't have the ability to fire Powell. Trump is going to try that. It's good for all of us. I don't care. If he fires Powell and he puts his puppet in there, Haskett, and Haskett wants to take it down to 0% interest rates, great. I'll be celebrating. You guys will be celebrating. I'll be borrowing so much money. I'll be investing in the markets. I'll be buying properties. I don't give a shit. I'll do the same thing that they're doing, right? It's more the merrier. We follow their lead. It's like a candle. They're the wick. Let them do the damage. You and I will follow right behind them. Eat the crumbs they leave behind. If you want to get involved in the politics and this and that and debate whether he's a good person, this, that, I don't. He's full of shit. The guy lies all day, every day. Everything he says is a lie. You can fact check 99% of the shit that comes out of his mouth. It's all exaggerations. Okay? I don't think there's any truth to him. His own family has just made $5 billion in crypto. If you guys have been sleeping on that, his sons, everyone that's attached to him has made $5 billion in crypto. Okay? Let that sink in. Open to the public to see. It's not like they're hiding anything. Follow their lead. His sons, his family, everyone. They're all getting rich. Follow them. You can hate what they're doing. It doesn't matter. You can still make money with it. I follow them. I don't get emotionally attached to these guys. I follow what they do. Just like American Eagle. I told you guys, I don't really give a shit about American Eagle, the company. I don't wear their jeans. I don't really care. But when I saw Sydney Sweeney now get hired for publicity, she attracted a lot of eyes, got a lot of people looking at it, attracted a lot of volume. Trump now saying American Eagle, it's an American company, great, look for buys. I buy with it, and my options are going bonkers right now. I'm shaking because I want to close some out right now. Okay, so markets now are getting too choppy to even trade, guys. I'm sorry, you guys know me. I love scalping the markets. I'm a very aggressive trader, but there's nothing to see here. We're flagging right up here prior to the news in 3 minutes, and NASDAQ is just a disaster right in here. Okay, so let's just stay patient here. Okay, let's see. They're going to release high impact news. Okay, it's big folders. Okay, remember what I said. This folder could negate everything that we've already seen, and it could pump the dollar. Okay, so the dollar has sold off due to these negative numbers that came out, but all it takes is this ISM services high impact just to come in at 51.5. That would be green, and that's enough to negate all of this. Okay, unfortunately, that's how the markets work on these stupid news, and then they can revise the numbers later on, but the market does its thing. Okay, so US30 is just waiting for ISM. This Dow Jones's industrials will be more affected with this data coming out, more so than NASDAQ. Okay, NASDAQ will still move, but not so much as US30. And we got 2 more minutes to go. Okay, so please, guys, I'm going to say this again because I know someone on the call, unfortunately, is going to do something silly and blow up their account or give back all of their gains this week on some silly news announcement. Okay, just trade proper risk management, guys. If you want to gamble your accounts, that's up to you. I don't do that. I don't gamble my accounts. I trade proper risk management. If I lose, like I took a loss on that NASDAQ, I didn't blow my account. I didn't give back all my gains. And stick with me, guys. At the end of the call, I want to go over a blog we did on feeler trades. I want to read it with you guys so you understand the implications of a feeler trade or getting your feet wet and what it psychologically means, okay? So don't leave me after this call. I really want to go over that with you guys, okay? And I want to read it my word for word and explain it to you guys because I do use feeler trades in the markets. And I want you guys to understand why I do this. So we created a blog to help you understand it in a little bit more context, okay? 60 seconds going to the news. Let's see what happens. And get ready for big moves. Again, we could see, just like how Wall Street opened, you could see a powerful move. You could see a big dump. Just, again, have rules. Are you going to wait for a 1 minute candle to close, a 3 minute candle, a 5 minute? You're waiting for a full 15 minutes after news to do anything? Let's get ready, guys. So just heads up, what we're looking for is, this is like a correlational, above 50 or below 50. Our forecast is 50.9. So we'll see if that number comes in 51 or above or below this, okay? I don't know why I traded NASDAQ. I should have stuck with US30. I prefer US30 over NASDAQ. But here we go. Okay, so bullish US dollar. There's probably a delay here. Pending still. Come on. Okay, bullish US dollar. Hasn't really done anything. Okay, got a wick so far. What is the number? Come on, release. 52. Okay, so it is 52 green. Okay, showing strength on the US dollar initially on that open. It opened, ignited. So that could negate everything. Okay, so let's watch now. Now let's see if the markets sell off because of a strong dollar. NASDAQ is pushing down. Let's see if this can hold. Gold, what did we say? Selling, strong US dollar. Okay, but what we can do is we can wait for candle volume to close. Okay, so you see the numbers, guys. 52 green, above the forecast 50.9 and above last month. So ISM services came in. This is high impact. This can overtake all of these other folders. So you see how quickly the US dollar just retraced right back up to where it sold off from. Okay. So as soon as NASDAQ flips, it could fill right back up those wicks right up to the red zone, back up there. Okay, if you're looking to maybe buy a continuation back to the upside. Or we wait for a pullback on US30 to come back down because right now it's already taken off with the news. NASDAQ has already came down, picked up a wick, so it could possibly flip the bar and go back up bullish. But right now it's still ignited, coming right back down. We can wait for this full 5 minute candle to close. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I'm going to allow the full 5 minute candle to close. Allow the market to digest everything. We'll see how everything is moving after the first 5 minutes. Okay, so we got our breaking news coming in. US ISM services PMI. Actual was 52.0 from the forecast of 51. Previous was 50.1. US ISM services new orders actual 56.0 from the forecast of 51.1. Previous was 50.3. That's a big improvement. Macro US ISM services employment actual 46.5 was the forecast was 46.7, so it's below the macro actual employments, but ISM services was very positive. Okay, so we pushed up, we made a new high, coming back down. See where this candle body will close. NASDAQ has not flipped its opening bearish momentum, coming all the way down. Now it triggered into here. Remember the low of the day is right here. Will it be protected by the low of the day and come back up? Or are we closing below here and news will continue to push this down? I think maybe US 30 is pinned up here, okay? So let's watch this close in the next 1 minute and 50 seconds. Interesting. Okay, we got a shooting star candle coming down. Will it close below all of this stuff? Okay, so it was initially bullish, spiked it up. That's the new high of the day, 45,350, and they've rejected it back down. So we're back in the consolidated phase here. Big bearish candle closing in 1 minute, 20 seconds. NASDAQ is dipping down. Let's see if NASDAQ takes out the lowest point of the day. All of these numbers today were all negative except for this one. But, you know, if the market continues to push down, we got to go with the flow of the market, okay? I'll see. I might have one more trade in me, and if I do, it will be one final trade. But I don't want to cut into Dave's time today because he's coming in post. Plus, I don't think we've had a break today. Sorry, guys, for not allowing you guys to take a break, but you guys can do your own thing, you know. But normally we take a break, but no break. So we broke the lowest point of the day, 30 seconds to go into the close. Again, guys, if it closes below here, this green, go green to red. Same with US 30. If it breaks and closes below here, green to red. If we're holding this, it's still momentarily holding, but it could have one ignited push down on the next bar. So very important watching the close on both. I'm going to be focusing on US 30, but just guys, just invert that. I believe it's going to close below there, go red right now. Okay, look for maybe pullback sells in there. Okay, so we opened ignited right now. Okay, will it retrace maybe up to, if it does, 50% of that candle is right there. It open ignited could just continue to break down and drop. Okay, let's see if there's a quick little blue pullback. If not, this thing could impulsively just start to break down. Okay, so it's got a wick. Let's see if it will return back up blue. Remember that ignited, so it could just continue going down. Okay, we could short this thing as soon as it breaks with that ignited head. Okay, it's still holding, still holding, still holding. Drop. I'm going to go in. I'm going to sell this. I'm going to place my stop loss right above there. See if it can return back down to that yellow line. Okay. Notice my stop loss. I'm just like halfway above the wick. I could go all the way to the highest point of the day, but I'm going to keep it halfway right there. See if we can trickle down, coming down into here. Okay. So this is going to be my final trade of this session. Maybe of this candle. Let's just see if it will drip down with this ignited head with the momentum of that previous candle. Opened ignited, push down, and let's see if we can start to push to the downside, targeting the white line to maybe just control risk. That could be about 20-25 pips, but maybe breaking all the way down there. Okay, so I'm gonna sell. Really want to test out this zone right here. Good retest on NASDAQ, right up there. Okay, so can we push down to our white line? White line, I said, is about 20-25 pips down to the white line. That's when you can start to, if you like, to control risk. If not, let's wait for this body candle, see how far down it can go, where it can close. It's got that ignited head open, took out the wick. Remember, it came down there, went back up. Then as soon as it came back down, I entered in that sell. Okay. Okay, so the white point is a target, okay, from that body to body. Remember, these are important. That was 940 prior to the news, okay, and then this is our 935 candle. Okay, so can we break this position here? That would be about 25. There we go. Okay, that's 30 pips. Guys, you know, like control your risk from the top if you guys can. We're dropping 30 pips. If we can drop all the way, you know, into 50% of this candle right there, this 225 area, okay, right to that red line, that would be about 50 pips exactly. But if we can get that volume closing below this white line, we can momentarily turn this white line into resistance, retest off of that for that next drop, okay? So we did break. Buyers are buying it back up. There's always going to be pullbacks in trading, always, okay? No matter what. When you're shorting, there's always going to be buyers buying. When you're buying, there's always going to be sellers selling, okay? There's always going to be pullbacks, okay? But if you're sticking with the volume, we have a point of interest. We want to see if the sellers can close below, okay? But if you feel like taking out at 30 pips, you know, don't wait for me to tell you what to do, guys, okay? I'm going to go to a break even now, okay? Up 40 pips, going to a break even. Break even trade, BE, 40 pips, okay? If it goes down one more push down, I'm going to close out 80%. Yep, that's good enough. Almost 45 pips. I'm closing out 80% there at 45 and leaving the rest running. Because this was an impulse candle I took, okay? So I can't play games with this. But right there, that's a target, guys, okay? So that made up for a loss, right? That's why scalping is beautiful. If you make a loss, come back with proper risk management and get another trade. You can make up for it, guys. Okay, don't get stressed out. Just wait, guys. That I told you. Remember what I said? They pinned it, guys. Some of you guys are listening. I appreciate you guys that are paying attention. I said they pinned that candle. They pinned it like a pin the tail on the donkey, and it came right down there. Someone says, "Ron, you're crazy. Why did you sell when it was going in the green zone?" It opened ignited. Very bearish. It came down. I waited. Then it got a wick right there, and it came up a little bit and still held its ignited. And as soon as it pushed, I said, guys, I'm going in right there, and it's broke down to that target, right down to the yellow line. Okay, that's 60 pips now, guys. Okay, so I got 20% running, no risk. Yeah, I told you guys, I love US30. NASDAQ is not for me. I'm telling you guys the honest to God truth. NASDAQ is not for me. It's not for me. It's for other people, not for me. Miss Jones, she's always been for me. I've been married to Miss Jones all of my life, prior to even meeting my wife, okay? So let's not tell her that. But she knows that too. She knows I cheat on her with Miss Jones. It's okay. Pays the bills in the house and she's happy. But she knows I always come home to her at the end of the day. So, so you know, I have a relationship with Miss Jones. I told my wife, she was here before you. You know, I got to be careful, guys. She might be in the other room. I got soundproof walls, so hopefully she's not listening, guys. I don't want to get in shit. Maybe you guys might see me tomorrow, okay? So regardless, another ignited bar testing, but we're at the yellow line. Do something. You know that meme where it's just poking you and it says do something? That's me poking you. Just saying do something at these lines. You know, like when gold came up to that yellow line, that's me poking you saying do something. Do something there, guys. What I mean by do something means you can close the entire trade, realize your profit, go on with your day, or go to a break even. That's you doing something. Or scaling out 50%, 80%. That's you doing something. But at those levels, please do something. These are daily points of interest for a reason, okay? And now if you want to continue trading, green box is now red box. Easiest strategy, okay? Where's 50% of that candle? It's the white line. Okay, I don't even need to bring out my Fibonacci because I understand how volume works. That's the point of control right there. If you want me to verify for you guys, opening price of that candle, let's take a look at it. Opening price and closing price. I will tell you right now. It's coming right in there. There's 0.5, the white line. I'm just off of it by just a couple ticks right there. If you want the bearish control of this candle now, 618, 382, there it is. Okay, if it continues to stay below here, maybe the buyers are coming in, it could get rejected and come back down and break. But right now it's holding. So you see, you had two attempts to close some profit down at that yellow line. If you didn't, it's coming right back up. It could come all the way right back up and reach the level where I sold, and it's a break-even trade. Look at NASDAQ. When it sold off, if you were selling, it reached the daily purple line. It's purple for a reason. If you didn't close out your position, it could come right back up, guys. That's a position to do something, okay? So the 20% I have remaining, you know, it could tag me out up here, right up there, and then the trade is nullified. Danny, US30 is Ron's sugar mama. She is. She is. I'll admit it. She's my sugar mama. Okay, so guys, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out at BE, the 20%. But you see, guys, why I don't get greedy? I trade to targets. That red line was 50% of that bullish candle. Yes, it did break and came down to that yellow line, but got to do something. Me, I got excited explaining shit to you guys, and I forgot to close out my 20%. That's the thing with live trading, guys. You know, I'm trying to educate, and I kind of forget what I need to do. So that's a break even now on the 20%. When I'm trading by myself, I'm more focused on what I got to do. It's just I'm concerned about you guys. Sorry, guys. I care about you guys. There's other traders that don't care about you guys, okay? I actually have a heart, and I care about you guys. So sometimes I sacrifice a lot of my profits too on these calls, but it's okay. I don't mind that, okay? As long as you guys are learning. If I'm doing this and I'm sacrificing profits and you guys are not learning, then it's not worth it to me. So as long as you guys are learning, okay? Please learn. Let me just read this blog real quick, okay? So stay with me. Hit the likes on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. I'm going to give you guys a good blog right now. Perfect. Thank you guys for hitting 750. Feeler trades. What are feeler trades? Come to our website, stocksnipertrading.com. Click on this blog. Let me go through this real quick. This is actually Dave. This was Dave at the beach at his cottage right here. This is Dave getting his feet wet. I took a picture of him. So here's the blog. Testing the water. Taking a feeler trade. SST's strategy or technique. Let's read what this is. A feeler trade is a technique used by traders to cautiously enter the market with a small initial position to test the waters and gather information. Gather information. Okay? This should be in capital letters. This strategy allows traders to manage risk while assessing market conditions more accurately. So if you want to trade high impact news and you don't want to risk your account, go small as you can go. You're gathering information and then to build a better understanding to take a nice follow-up confirmed trade. Here's a detailed breakdown of how it works. Number one, initial small position. A trader starts with a minimal investment or small position size. Sometimes the smallest you can do, micros, penny sizes, whatever it is. It's not to make money. It's to gather information while you're emotionally attached to a trade. This serves as an exploratory stake in the market, allowing them to participate without significant risk to your overall portfolio. Sometimes I'll take feeler trades, and I'll tell you guys, I'm taking a feeler trade. It's to explore. It's not to like go against my profit and loss. If I go in 10 cents a pip and it's a feeler trade and I go down 35 pips in drawdown, I'm down $3.50. It's how much my coffee costs every single morning. It's not going to ruin me for the day. It's not going to destroy me. If I did that with a standard or double, I could be down 350 or 700 US dollars, and that then would really, take away from my profit loss report for the day. So feeler trades, guys. If you don't know how the market's moving and you have that itch to take a trade, take a feeler trade. Number two, information gathering. As the trade progresses, the trader monitors various indicators such as price action, volume, trend direction, volatility, and news, and other relevant market dynamics. The objective is to gain insights into whether the market aligns with their trading hypothesis. We all have plans, but sometimes plans don't work out. But if you're testing them out with a small initial trade, sometimes you got to get just emotionally involved in a trade without just sitting and watching. You might trade better knowing if you get stopped out on a feeler trade, you lose, then you can, and you see it returning, then you know what happened. You know how deep it went. You're emotionally involved, like it's a different mindset, okay? This really switched up the game when I learned about feeler trades. I don't even know why I'm telling this, because this is a big secret sauce right here. This is a nugget, guys, right here. Risk management. By starting with a small position, the trader limits potential losses. If the initial trade goes against their expectations, the financial impact of their P&L, profit and loss statement, is minimal. Okay, guys, it's just psychological. A lot of traders, their first trade of the day, I've been watching a lot of research that's been conducted on this. Your first trade of the day is a negative trade. For most traders, it's above 77%. Everyone on this call, our first trade of the day, it's been studied. It's been an analysis done. 77% of retail traders, their first trade of the day hits stop loss. Okay, it could be just coming into the market, not doing a proper analysis. First trade of the day, you're nervous. But if you now want to kind of reverse engineer that, take your first trade of the day with a small exploratory feeler trade, test out the waters. If you get stopped out, then you can trade after it without losing your account, okay, or doing something silly. Number 4, assessment and scaling. If the market moves in the anticipated direction, let's say we take a feeler buy and it moves in our direction, then and new data supports the trader's original thesis, they may choose to scale up your position. Now you can see that your bias is being confirmed, and now you can maybe add a normal trading size with the information that you've gathered now, okay? And you can scale up your position. This involves adding to the initial position as confidence in the trade success increases based on emerging trends, strong volume signals, or affirming technical patterns. 5, flexibility and adaptation. A feeler trade allows for flexibility. Traders can quickly adjust to changing market conditions, either by cutting losses early, right, if the situation turns unfavorable, or increasing exposure if the analysis continues to hold true. 6, psychological comfort. Entering with a small position can also reduce emotional stress. How many of us trade on emotions and we suffer due to this? Okay, a little feeler trade will not, destroy you emotionally if you get stopped out, because it's such a small, insignificant loss. Knowing that the initial risk is limited helps traders make more objective decisions without the pressure of significant immediate losses. Imagine that first trade of the day, you do a standard lot size and you go down and draw down. That could impact the rest of the day how you trade when you didn't even have to go through that. Okay, and then that will bring that vicious cycle of revenge trading, getting pissed off, hedge trading, then not staying focused. And I could just tell you simply, if you just use a feeler trade to start your day, test out the waters, you could have avoided all of this, okay? There's traders that, when I go to the beach, this is not me, okay? This is Dave over here. Dave likes to just jump in and plunge right in. That's like you, going into a trade, going all in, that's you. I like to be the person on the picture right here. This is me. I like to put one foot in, feel the water, and then if it's comfortable, I'll put in my other foot, slowly walk into my knees, and slowly get into the water. That's how I trade. Slowly get in. If everything is leading up, temperature is good, I will then jump in the water. But there's other traders that just do this. Boom. They just do cannonball. They just dive right in. Okay? And they could be making a big mistake. So for Forex now, specifically for Forex, what are small sizes? Okay, what are feeler trades? I don't know if most brokers offer 1 cent anymore. This was back in the day. They were called nano sizes. Most brokers now offer micro and minis. So micro sizing, let's keep it with micro. That means it's 10 cents per pip. So if you go down 20 pips, you're down $2, okay? I'm sure some of us can recover from $2. If you go down 40 pips, $4 move, no problem. But if you start to do it with a standard size, your first trade, and then it's $10 per pip and you're down, now you're down $200 US. $200 US is psychologically much different than being down $2, okay? So that you can really navigate the way how you trade, okay? This was something that I thought of while I was trading. Again, no one taught me this, guys. I'm giving you guys things that I learned. All price action was self-taught by myself learning candlesticks. Everything that I taught you guys today was all self-taught, okay? The way how I took that trade right there, self-taught, okay? Again, the way how I broke that down. The way how it come down to these yellow lines, self-taught. This is all self-taught, top-down analysis. I've been doing this since I was very, very young, and I'm telling you guys it works. It works till today. I'll tell you guys, if this strategy doesn't work anymore, I will be the first one to tell you guys, this shit's not working. But I'm telling you, it works every day where you can come in and hit your daily goals. Look at, if you sold down there and you respected this, well, you could have bought right back up and been in the money again. It's coming right back up here. Price action. Learn this, guys. Learn this. Psychological aspects of trading. Learn technicals, fundamentals, folders. We traded through news today. A lot of choppy news. But you see how markets can rotate. I told you this folder could negate everything we had over here. And we can see that maybe there was a pullback over here in the markets, pullback and continue to maybe drive, okay? Guys, that's it for me. I got to get out of here because Dave is going to start very, very soon. It was a great day. Tomorrow's NFP. Again, join our free Telegram channel. It's pinned at the top of the channel for all of you guys on YouTube. Thank you, Danny. Only been here a few days, learned more than weeks worth of random videos. Appreciate your effort. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yesterday, R. Sanders, great analysis and commentary while live trading, not an easy task. I'm telling you guys, it's not easy to do what we do here. You know, you can try it and see, because it's a lot to keep up with, especially scalping the markets on lower time frames. It's not easy, guys. Try it. I tell you guys, try it all the time. Open up a YouTube channel. I'll be the first one to subscribe and support you guys. But I'm telling you, trading is very, very difficult as it is, and to educate and teach others, you know, like some traders are very good at just trading. Some traders are very good at educating, but can you do both? Can you trade and educate at the same time on high impact news, on fast moving candles? And you know, this is why I lose my voice on these calls, because I speak very fast. Because I tell you guys, you gotta be ahead of me when a body is closing, when it's flipping the zone. I told you on NASDAQ, guys, be ahead of me. Start flipping your zones, because I can't do everything, because it could be an ignited bar taking off. You know, that was American Eagle, guys. What we were talking about. I kind of told you guys weeks ago. Add this to your watch list. And do a little bit due diligence, guys, on why I ask you guys to add these to your watch list, you know, and just follow the company, follow what it's doing, follow the volume. There's going to be more companies we're going to research and we'll figure out in the next times. There's that free blog right there on getting your feet wet, learning about feeler trades. Join the free Telegram. Everything is there. Join our SST team, guys, if you guys want to be part of the Discord, all the live sessions, all of the education, everything that we have. And there's the free blogs, okay? Guys, thank you guys so much. We reached our goal of 750. This is a bonus, okay? 760. Thank you, guys. Hopefully tomorrow during NFP, we can start making our way close to 84,000 and our goal of 100,000 subs. And knowing that we've helped educate 100,000 people is unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. It's something that us at SST never dreamed of, okay? I remember when we first started our first live, I was so nervous, and we had 5 subscribers. And it was teaching 5 people. Now we're teaching almost 500 viewers on a call. And it's unbelievable, guys. I'm very excited for what's to come for SST. So I hope you guys had some fun today. Learn from my mistakes, guys, as always. But you guys are getting better and better. Some of you guys hit your daily goals and already dipped out of the markets. Congrats, guys. So thank you guys so much. Everyone on Zoom, I appreciate you guys. Delio, Randy, Tammy, Lukeman, Red Clues, thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the session with Dave. Pick up, guys. Go right back in the markets with Big Dave. And everyone on YouTube, I appreciate you guys. Yell, you say you're my mentor. It's not so much I want to be your mentor. I just want to be someone, you know, that helps you out, okay? Mentor is something big, you know, that I don't know if I can hold up to that big name, right? I just want to be someone we trade with. You learn from me, learn from my mistakes. I tell you guys, I've been doing this for over 20 years. I've learned a lot over my time. I've learned not what to do, and I've learned what to do. I'm telling you guys, proper risk management, using that feeler trade strategy that we just talked, use that. Just utilize that in your trading. Just test it out and let me know in a couple weeks. Let me know how your trading changes by utilizing that, okay? And you'll learn a lot about yourself. Believe me. It did really change the game for me, okay? So we'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early, 6 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's a big day. Get some good rest tonight, guys. It's NFP. Watch the Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles, first opening game of the NFL. Yep, Delio, big game tonight. So I'll be watching that. Hopefully I can wake up tomorrow morning and be here for NFP. And I'm not too hungover from watching the Cowboys lose today. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. God bless everyone. Thank you guys so much for your likes, subscriptions, hitting the notification bell. Everyone on Zoom, I appreciate you guys so much. Sorry that this call took so long and it's cutting into Dave's time, but go join Dave as well, okay? Thank you guys. Have a great day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.